qui parlement, des chambres qu'on nous dit, une chambre qui consiste, côté c'est maman qui électé en élection, qui est assise avec la deuxième, c'est ça nous a créé en anglais upper house là, et Sénat là, côté choisi par différents mondes, ça c'est le premier ministre qui a choisi face à lui, chef face à l'opposition qui a aussi choisi face à lui, et puis le gouverneur général là qui a choisi des membres indépendants avec mon qui est assise, qui a conduit les affaires, c'est un sénateur qui est choisi par face à le gouvernement, qui a créé président, avec président. Sénat là en Cassala, ici à présent, c'est Madame Président Alvina Reynolds. Je dis, il pas capable qui c'est dernière session Sénat là pour l'année 2023. Mardi, c'était avant-hier, nous avons une session Kaikonsit qui était une salle. Dernière session avec en bas conduite un speaker qui est consiste là, ça c'est Honorable Claudius Francis avec, comme on dit, je dis à nous ici à dernière session. Normalement, ça qui a fait c'est les motions et bien loi et bien bill et bien n'importe quoi qui va discuter ça c'est qui consiste c'est même parlement qui lecteur qui a venu pour passer après pour ces sénat là discuter de l'air pour faire assurer tout le bagage fait bien il faut qu'on discuter une fois par c'est même qui consiste et qui va voir au petit gouverneur général non il a ça il a dit un filtre qu'on strainer il faut passer pour voir qui un deuxième et bien deuxième 7 monde qui a gardé pour faire assurer bon avec ce deuxième 7 là qui a gardé ça qui passe en cas consiste c'est Sénat là avec après ça il y a motion et bien loi par le gouverneur général là qui a signé et puis il a venu loi comme on t'a dit avant, ça c'est il capable qui joli à la dernière session qui Sénat là pour l'année 2023. Avec ça, il a discuté aujourd'hui. C'est une motion qui était discutée en mardi par Kai Consiste là. C'est une motion pour prêter 3,704 millions de dollars. Ah non, tu m'as dit encore, excusez-moi, c'est 3,704 millions américains. L'argent, ça là, c'est pour pas, excusez-moi encore, c'est pas pour prêter, mais c'est pour garantir. Ils avaient dit, le gouvernement qui a fait assurer que l'argent, ça là, qui, l'honneur, qui, Banque Développement Saint-Lucie qui a prêté l'argent, ça là, c'est pas le gouvernement. C'est Banque Développement Saint-Lucie qui a prêté l'argent, ça là, Banque Développement Kawaïbla pour mais le gouvernement Saint-Lucie qui a garanti ça veut dire faire assurer que tout va marcher bien avec l'agence là c'est pour Banque Développement Saint-Lucie servir l'argent pour aider les gens qui veulent continuer l'éducation particulièrement à l'université avec sinon ça qui c'est discuté en cas consiste en mardi en chaque c'est même parlement qui parlait il touchait en pile la tenir chaque passion en discussion ça là avec yo te parler de manière il était difficile pour yo les yo te aller à l'école les yo te pour une manière pour aller à l'école avec ça c'était très difficile pour eux ça qui dit yo te pour même parlement souffrir te dit manière te pour vendre café bouillé avec l'autre même changer on va Jeremiah Norbert te parler toutes ces monde parler manière difficulté à yo même te rencontrer pour pour aller à l'école, pour continuer l'éducation, puisqu'il était difficile. Avec motion ça là qui fait quand il passe aujourd'hui en Sénat là, quand il continue discussion ça là parmi ces sénateurs qui ici avec motion ça là qui dit que l'argent ça là c'est pour aider comment dire manière qu'il paye c'est 60 lui il servi 70 fois paiement il a servi 60 coûts 10 fois coût pour ça payer avec ça c'est comment dire ça c'est yon yo ka discuter ces émotions ça à part de ça mardi ça c'est le ministère qui est responsable des affaires commerce honorable Emma Hippolyte il a aussi parlé et présenté en motion ça il a créé Consumer Protection Amendment ça c'est loi qui a protégé les consommateurs pays pour faire assurer qu'ils n'ont pas jeune passe droit. Par exemple, chaque monde qui a acheté marchandise, les acheté, il n'est pas bon avec une pour retourner avec des laits, c'est maintenant qui côté il a acheté là, pas voulu prendre l'argent vie avec garantie, avec toutes sortes de qualités, des problèmes qui ça veut dire que loi ça là, Consumer Protection Bill là, qui a protégé les consommateurs. En parlant de ça, moi je vais aussi prendre l'occasion de dire comme nous avons parlé là à présent, l'année en discussion qui a tenu à présent sur l'autre plateforme qui MTN qui a présenté plus tard en discussion à ces affaires dans le cas de l'inflation, c'est manière prix bagaille qui a monté avec nous aussi ça nous a dit différents monde qui sont responsables en société qui a participé avec qui a une discussion mais MTN qui a présenté à dans l'autre comme nous avons parlé nous avons cet argent qui la porte là et que cacha MS là avec Issam tout à l'heure nous avons commencé dans cette liste d'affaires session à Caille Concite à présent bon cas délivré pour ça qui a passé en chambre Sénat là.
Let us pray.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign, and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding, we, thy unworthy servants, here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations, and grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudice, and partial affection, the result of all our counsel may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace and tranquility of St. Lucia, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity one towards another. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. And the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Ghost be with us all evermore. Amen.
Madam Clerk, kindly administer the oath to the new senators. Thank you.
I, Laura Japienwell, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to St. Lucia, that I will uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of St. Lucia, and I will conscientiously and impartially discharge my responsibilities to the people of St. Lucia. So help me God.
I, Nancy Charles, do solemnly affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to St. Lucia, that I will uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of St. Lucia, and I will conscientiously and impartially discharge my responsibilities to the people of St. Lucia. I do affirm.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Announcements. Good morning, Senators. I have received correspondence from the Speaker of the House of Assembly advising that the following motion and bill were passed in the House of Assembly and forwarded to the Senate for its concurrence. Public Finance Management Act, Resolution of Parliament to authorize the Minister of Finance to guarantee a student loan line of credit on behalf of the St. Lucia Development Bank, Consumer Protection Amendment. I beg to announce that His Excellency, the Governor General, has been pleased to assent the following bills: Code of Civil Procedure Amendment, Invest St. Lucia Amendment, Civil Aviation Amendment, Regulated Substances. I am in receipt of correspondence from Senator Dominic Fede and Senator Ferropolius informing of the unavailability for today's sitting. I therefore welcome Senator Charles and Senator Jean-Pierre Noel. Senators, I am pleased to announce that the Women's Parliamentary Caucus of St. Lucia was formed officially on Friday, 8th December 2023. The caucus, which was initiated on December 29, 2021, included only present parliamentarians. However, past and present female parliamentarians from around the island came together for a special meeting which was held in this chamber last Friday. The Women's Caucus boasts of past and present ministers, senators, Attorney General, and presiding officers who have served and are serving in the upper and lower house. Approximately 26 past and present female parliamentarians have indicated great interest in the work of the caucus. During Friday's meeting, women parliamentarians decided on the objectives of the caucus and participated in the election of officers to serve on the executive. We at the Parliament support the work of the caucus by facilitating the work of the Secretariat, which includes assigning staff to fill the positions of Secretary and Assistant Secretary respectively. On behalf of Senate, we congratulate our female parliamentarians in this bold step of formalizing the Women's Parliamentary Caucus of St. Lucia, and we wish every success in all of, and may I add, our undertakings. The challenge has been for a men's caucus, so I throw out the challenge right here, so the male parliamentarians can choose to take on this challenge. I wish to inform senators that our chaplain, Reverend Smart, will be leaving our shores by the end of December this year to continue her mission in her island home of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We thank you, Reverend Smart, for your support and prayers during the time that you spent with us, and we wish you all the best as you continue to serve God's people in your island home. And of course, we extend season's greetings for a very blessed Christmas and all the best for 2024, and more blessings upon you and your family and other missionaries like yourself. Once again, on behalf of the Senate, we extend thank you and blessings to you as you leave us at the end of this year. Statements from ministers. Papers to be laid. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, before I proceed with the papers, I want to join you in extending best wishes to Reverend Smart. At times, I felt that the numbers on this side had increased by one female. Not that it was any issue, but for her service to the Parliament and her mission. And it's always good to see the other gender in the forefront of what is in the best interest of people. So I wish her the very best and hope that we may have another of the same gender soon to replace her. Madam President, I beg to move the following paper standing in my name. Invest St. Lucia Annual Report 2021.
Motions. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to lay the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is provided by Section 65(1) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 1501, the Act, that the Minister of Finance may, by an affirmative resolution of Parliament, grant a guarantee in accordance with the enactment. And whereas it is further provided under Section 69(2) of the Act that a guarantee issued by the government or a contingent liability created by the government in accordance with the regulations under the Act and in accordance with another enactment shall be charged on and paid out of the consolidated fund. And whereas it is provided under Section 27(3) of the St. Lucia Development Bank Act, Cap 1202, that with the approval of Parliament, the government may guarantee in such manner and on such conditions as it may think fit the repayment of principal and the payment of interest and other charges in respect of any borrowing by the St. Lucia Development Bank. And whereas the Minister of Finance considers it necessary to guarantee an amount of US $3,704,000, the loan, from the special funds resources of the Caribbean Development Bank, the bank, to guarantee a student loan line of credit on behalf of the St. Lucia Development Bank. And whereas the loan is repayable in 17 years, commencing on the first due date after the expiry of 4 years following the date of the loan agreement, or on a later due date as the bank specifies in writing. And whereas the repayment of the loan is in 68 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year, after a grace period of 4 years following the date of the loan agreement, or on a later due date as the bank specifies in writing. And whereas interest is payable at a rate of 0.75% per annum on the amount of the loan disbursed and outstanding. Be it resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to guarantee an amount of US $3,704,000, the loan, from the Caribbean Development Bank to guarantee a student loan line of credit on behalf of the St. Lucia Development Bank. Be it further resolved that A, the loan is repayable in 17 years commencing on the first due date after the expiry of 4 years following the date of the loan agreement, or on a later due date as the bank specifies in writing. B, the repayment of the loan is in 68 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year after a grace period of 4 years following the date of the loan agreement or on a later due date as the bank specifies in writing. C, the interest is payable at a rate of 0.75% per annum on the amount of the loan disbursed and outstanding. Madam President, I just wish to provide some further explanation on the motion. Madam President, based on the background provided in the content of the motion, and as well as what exists currently in our local context with students and St. Lucians' access to finance, it is important that this motion, which is being tabled today, be given particular attention, and I wish to provide a bit of context in that regard. This motion has a main objective that is probably three-pronged. First of all, we know that we have St. Lucian students, St. Lucians who wish to improve themselves, further their studies, attain tertiary education, who encounter tremendous challenges and difficulties in accessing credit, in accessing funding to be able to pursue their dreams. And many a times, I think most of us in this room can relate to the challenges that we would have had when we may have fallen into a category where our parents or our loved ones, those who were responsible for us, may not have had the requisite collateral, the requisite resources, finances to just finance or send us away to some country and tell us that we don't have to worry, just go and do the work and they're going to take care of the expenses. Most of us in this chamber, Madam President, may have had to put in our own sweat equity, may have had to make sacrifices, we may have had our children, our other family members, to put things on the side so that we can access higher level learning. And some of us may even have had to go around looking for guarantors to sign off so that the bank or the credit union or whatever institution could have given us the finances or loaned us the finances required. And even after that, Madam President, those of us who may have been fortunate to be able to secure the finances halfway through our tenure or our study period may have encountered difficulties where you may have to make a decision to return home and have an incomplete course, or to have to resort to other means. And that could be a very stressful experience, particularly for someone, a young man, a young woman who has made a sacrifice and a commitment, left their family, migrated overseas, or even on island, and has to deal with the dilemma, because a dilemma of not being able to complete their dream of attaining higher education or higher learning because they are unable to access adequate finance. So therefore, Madam President, this motion is seeking to make available about $4.5 million to basically provide a line of credit through the St. Lucia Development Bank for our St. Lucian students to access loan financing. Madam President, one of the components of this motion or this arrangement allows for immovable property to be able to be used by the person securing or trying to secure the loan And that, for me, is a very significant step. You may recall, Madam President, that in a previous sitting in this chamber, we passed the movable properties legislation that allows someone to be able to use movable property as security to access finance. And that was not heard of years ago. Si ou pate ni propriétaire, papa ou pate go picha, ou pate ni te, ou pate sa jwen loan, because the banks would not accept computers, your business plan. And I'm hearing that we can even now go to, you can even, a young man who is a recording artist who has a deal, can go to the bank with the document to secure financing against his contract. And so that particular component I'm very, very pleased with, Madam President, because it opens up a new avenue for persons who may not have otherwise been able to access finance. And sometimes we have a lot of expectations about our young people, especially our school leavers, and we believe that some of them are not ambitious enough and we blame them for everything, but sometimes the system, as they call it, can cause them to become frustrated because they don't see a way out. I remember at age 17 having to decide whether I wanted to go to A-level college with all my good grades or start working so that I can help my mom pay the bills and finance my own tertiary education myself. And I had to resort to the latter. But fortunately, at some point, Madam President, the Bachelor of Education degree program became available for the first 2 years in St. Lucia. And fortunately, it was around that time that I was of age to access it. And I can never forget being able to receive a salary as a young teacher while I was able to access that facility and take care of the payments and my own expenses. And I think outside of that, it would have been a serious challenge for me. And I'm sure others here could have said that. So sometimes we have to look at the reality that our young people face. They don't have some of the means, they don't have the backing. They come from families that have been in situations, and you have 1, 2, 3, 4 generations in the same family line where no one has been able to access higher level education. And that is why, Madam President, it complements a policy by this government of going to ensure, it's not something that you can just snap your fingers and do, but it is our policy and philosophical position that we believe that every household in this country can have at least one individual who can aspire and access higher level education. So when you hear about the one university per household statement, it is not a statement that is just in media. It has meaning, and it is grounded in a philosophy that believes in equity of access by everybody in this country to education. Madam President, another component of the arrangement and this motion is that there is a $500,000 component that is dedicated specifically to displaced and vulnerable youth. And we must not underestimate the number of our young people who fall into that category. We may not know until we encounter a real situation. And that, for me, says that if you are a young man or young woman who is displaced, and you know what displaced means, Madam President? Some of these people don't even have a roof under which to live. They don't even have a family that they can fall back on to help them, give them support. They may have been in trouble for some reason, and they have gone through experiences that have labeled them, quote unquote, stereotyped in the society, and they have nowhere to get anything. And even these people, Madam President, have hope with that particular arrangement. Madam President, this is an opportunity for us to really give an alternative to our people in this country. Madam President, we believe that sometimes there's a lot of talk about the things that we would like to see, but there is not enough backing by the policies that we present. And so it is important that that particular motion be seen in that context. I've often said, even while I was in opposition, and I say again, that in St. Lucia, without bauxite, oil, and sometimes it's good when you don't have oil because nobody comes to fight over your resource. These days, countries who have declared they have oil, you see what's going on. So it might not be a bad thing that you don't have oil. So in St. Lucia, we have no oil. Well, not that we know of yet. We have no major physical resources, gold and so on. And I've always said that our major and most important asset in this country is our human resource. The people of this country, the Sir Arthurs, the Derek Walcotts, the Laverne Spencers, the, what's our sprinter's name? I'm forgetting her name now. The Julian Alfreds, Darren Sammies. These are the resources that can market us, that can push put us on the global stage. And so, as a country, we must invest in them. And that is why that component is important. Because major investments in our young people cannot be wrong in any way. Generations later on will benefit. Madam President, in the last sitting, and I want to make the connection between what this government is doing, because it cannot be things happening here and there and disjointed. There is cohesion and there is strategic planning in what we do. In the last sitting, we had a debate here when we borrowed some money for physical infrastructure to fix schools that were damaged by Hurricane Brett. And I think I remembered a very interesting argument by the opposition that, okay, you're taking care of the physical, but what about the cognitive and the psychological and other needs of the children in the schools? Well, Madam President, this particular loan is not about people who want to fix and build things, but it's about opportunity for people to develop themselves in the education and the higher education access. And so this complements what we did in the last sitting. Madam President, as an educator, I always believe that one of the signs of your civilization and your development in a country is your ability to be able to get two things right. To be able to have two major social policy lines. One is health and the other education. If your people have access to quality education, access and affordability. If you can access education and it's affordable, it makes a whole world of difference to your people. So I always believe that any step any government will take to make education more accessible and more affordable to us as a country is a step in the right direction. Madam President, the loan also targets competencies in technical education and skill development. And that is critical. There's always been the argument about the imbalance between what programs are in your curriculum as a country and what is out there on the job market and what is available for your graduates or your trained persons to be able to engage. So one may argue, why is it that you have 2,000 people graduating and a high percentage of them have business backgrounds and they have certain academic quote-unquote qualifications, but they have very little competence in being able to fill in the jobs that are available or being able to create jobs. And that is important, and that is why we believe that in a country where agriculture, tourism, manufacturing is supposed to be our base and our strength, we have to be able to provide incentives for people to have access to technical education, vocational education, and to be able to build these competencies. So I am happy to see that there is a strong technical education and skill development component that is being mentioned in this particular motion. Madam President, the St. Lucia Development Bank is tasked with facilitating the availability of the funds to the students. And that is very important. It is not that we are going to borrow the money, but the SLDB is making it available through the the CDB is making it available through the SLDB. And I think it is critical that we continue to understand the purpose of the SLDB. There are some in this country who believe that everything is about profit. If you ain't making profit, close it down. If you ain't making profit, it's not good. But there are some things in your country that have to target the social development of your country. And it's not only about profit. Yes, a bank must survive, but if the bank's mission is to be able to have a social impact on your people, then the St. Lucia Development Bank, that is why they need to focus on making those kinds of facilities available. Madam President, the age limit or the age group we're talking about is what is universally defined as youth. We're looking at people between the ages of 18 to 35. Now, at different times, that has been argued. When I was in NYC, I used to say it has to be lower because I was about 15 and I wanted to be, I wanted to feel legitimate. So I used to say, but why y'all have 18 to whatever? Why can't be 15? And now that I'm past 35, I might want to say, well, why don't you extend it? But, and I won't say to what age because, you know, that'll give away too much. But the point is, there is a definition of youth, and that definition is persons between the ages of 18 and 35. And I think that it's important to have some kind of boundaries so that we know it is dedicated and targeted to a particular group. Madam President, there is a minimum and maximum amount that the loan really, the financing is bordered by. And one is the minimum of 3,000 and the maximum of 60,000. Now, I would want to say that, you know what, there should be no limits. If you ask me, I'll say there should be no limits. But again, this is a real world, and you can't have everything. So there must be some way that you can realistically approach this. So I'm hoping a future initiative will be able to say a maximum of $100,000, so to speak. So we're starting with that range, and we hope that for now, we will be able to have the over 800, more than the 800 students who are already for accepting or not accepting, but securing loans from the St. Lucia Development Bank. So as we speak, Madam President, over 800 students have been facilitated through the bank, and we're hoping that this initiative will help to increase that number significantly. Madam President, the on-lending to the students is at a lower rate than the bank is being borrowed. And that's important. You can't tell young people, we want to help you with financing, but you're imposing on them the same rate that the other banks are imposing. So there's been an absorption of that, and it's a little below the regular rates that you would have borrowed from, let's say, the CDB. There is also a component, Madam President, of 100% financing. So the bank is saying, listen, we are providing you with the 100% financing and the grace period of the duration of the study period. Now, that is normal for student loans to have just pay the interest and then you pay the capital after. I've been through the process. But this one is basically saying, look, for the entire duration of the loan, you don't have to pay. So it's really very important, because that's when the students have no money. When you're trying to scrunt to get, you know, to pay, to buy your books and do all those things and do your thesis, and you're not going to get money to be able to, you know, that's not the time you should be bothered about that. And I think that's critical. Madam President, for what it could be used for includes the usual, you know, tuition fees, lodging, and all the other basic responsibilities that come with students borrowing money. So, Madam President, I believe that this particular move is really consistent with the philosophy and the mindset of this government. Madam President, there is something that was mentioned there in the lower house, and I want to reiterate that we have to look at who is able to access these facilities. The component I mentioned earlier with the vulnerable households, vulnerable and displaced, there's also a serious cap that needs to be established there. You have people in this country where the annual income is below $36,000. And believe me, Madam President, if you do the research, you will find out there are more than you think. The number of St. Lucians whose annual income is $36,000 or less. That means in the entire household, if you add all the income that is generated, it is not more than $3,000 a month. And you know with $3,000 a month what you can and cannot do. And so that's important in terms of who can access. It's also important to note that children, and I think one of our senators here would be happy to hear that, children of parents who have disabilities are those that will be, that particular 500, that component, 500,000, is dedicated to. And again, we sometimes don't see it, but we have a significant number of households where disabilities, people with disabilities suffer because there is no apparent mechanism to support them. And I think if you have a parent, and there are parents with disabilities, Madam President, who have absolutely normal children. I know people who, if you see their parents, they don't look like they don't look, as we say, as normal as the rest of us. They have a serious disability, mental illness, physical disabilities, but their daughter or their son is a brilliant scholar, somebody with extreme potential, and they are unable to even provide the basic needs to send these children to school. So if you're the son or the daughter of someone with a serious disability who can't even give you food, does that mean that you are supposed to be, relegated to doing nothing because your parents have a disability, something that is not their fault? So, Madam President, that takes care of a young person with that situation, because that young person may be the one who is going to make a difference in the life of the parent who has the disability. That young person, by accessing tertiary education, will be able to open the door to make the life of their parent or their guardian or the person with the disability more comfortable. So I believe that this is a very humane and humanistic component of this particular facility. Madam President, I can go on with a lot of other examples, but in a nutshell, I want to put to the Senate that this is one of the most, if you want to say, radical, one of the most revolutionary pieces of legislation or initiatives that this government is embarking on. We have to be bold and we have to be determined that no matter who you are in St. Lucia, no matter where you come from, there is opportunity for you. There must be no sense of discrimination because you didn't start off from the same point with everybody else. And so I believe that those of us who had to suffer the indignity of not getting opportunity because of maybe where we came from or who our parents were or what school we attended, this is going to help to neutralize and to create more balance in that particular area. And so, Madam President, I look forward to our St. Lucian young people between the ages of 18 and 35. And as I said, I hope it can extend beyond that thereafter. Being able to access that $10 million plus to be able to access tertiary education, higher education, and get closer to the government's goal of ensuring that every household in this country can have at least one person who can either access in the next few years or see the reality in being able to access higher learning. Because as Arthur said, if the cure for our poverty in the small states is not is actually education or knowledge, we have to be able to make sure that we provide that opportunity so that our young people can access that empowering tool to make their lives better. And so I hope that the support of this motion is there for this in this chamber, and that it achieves the objective for which it was intended. I thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to guarantee an amount of US $3,704,000, the loan, from the Caribbean Development Bank to guarantee a student loan line of credit on behalf of the St. Lucia Development Bank. Be it further resolved that A, the loan is repayable in 17 years, commencing on the first due date after the expiry of 4 years, following the date of the loan agreement, or on a later due date as the bank specifies in writing. B, the repayment of the loan is in 68 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year, after a grace period of 4 years following the date of the loan agreement, or on a later due date as the bank specifies in writing. C, the interest is payable at a rate of 0.75% per annum on the amount of the loan disbursed and outstanding. Senator Jean-Pierre Noel.
Good morning, everyone. Madam President, senators. The last time I was in this house, my words were misconstrued. And so I am going to try to be very careful this time around that whatever I say cannot be used in a rebuttal and be misconstrued as it was last time. I am not sure who penned those words. Those who beat the drums of shame dance to it by themselves. I'm not sure who penned it, but I came across this maxim sometime last week, and it just resonated with me. Those who beat the drums of shame dance to it by themselves. And I added my bit to it, and sometimes with those whom they shamed. Madam President, when the powerful use their position to bully others, we all lose. When the very persons asking to sit in the most respected seat in this land ridicule the person sitting in that seat which they aspire to occupy, never for one moment believing that they, one day, will be equal to that person or sharing the same ideologies with that person, it is unconscionable. It is not so long ago that we have forgotten, Madam President, that members who form government today ridiculed one of their own, somebody who is now one of their own, whom they have embraced. They ridiculed him because he had not been able to attend tertiary level education. And he was told that all he had was a marriage certificate. Someone who once was seen as a beacon of hope for so many, particularly young people, who aspire to have the privilege and the capacity to contribute to their country at the highest office one day. It broke my heart, Madam President, when I heard the derision and the disparaging remarks, and I still can't get it out of my head, Madam President, because it wasn't happening in some faraway land. It wasn't happening in a movie. It was happening in real life, and it's happening right here in St. Lucia. This instinct that we have to humiliate others is unconscionable, especially when it's done in politics and in august chambers. When it is modeled by people in authority and in public platform, by the most powerful of us, it filters down to everyone's lives because it gives permission for other people to do the same. You see, Madam President, disrespect invites disrespect, just as violence incites violence.
Madam President, Standing
Senator
Order
Jean.
37 indicates that the debate on any motion, bill, or amendment shall be relevant.
You're standing
to
on the
such
point of
motion.
order, Senator Jean.
Standing on point 37.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I am really waiting for the relevance of what is being said to the motion before us.
Thank you, Senator Jean. Senator Jean-Pierre Noel, why I'm aware that you are still a new senator in the Senate. I must bring you back on track that you have not addressed the motion before us. The motion speaks to the borrowing, guaranteeing of a loan of US $3,700,000 for the from the Caribbean Development Bank, for the St. Lucia Development Bank, and the students of St. Lucia. I advise you to please speak to that matter.
Thank you, Madam President. 10 seconds more, and I would have gotten to that point. This is how, Madam President, when we disparage people who have not attained the level of education that we have attained, that we encourage persons to be ashamed of where they come from. It is not an accent. It is not the geography of where we have attained our education.
Senator,
but
Senator,
it is...
I have cautioned, and I expect you to abide by the guidance that I have given. Please speak to the motion before us.
Absolutely, Madam President. Thank you. Madam President, I do not have a problem with the motion as it stands. I think it is a good start to where we need to go to. However, Madam President, I felt it was remiss of me not to mention the fact that in this country we have an issue, we have a problem with persons who have not attained that very same level of education that we have attained. I'm taking this from the leader of government business when he mentioned that not all of us had the privilege of attending school when we wanted to attend school, or even the level of education that we wanted to. According to UNESCO, Madam President, if all students in low-income countries had just basic reading skills, nothing else, just basic reading skills, an estimated 1.71 million people would escape extreme poverty. And we are not talking about facilities. We're not talking about policies that look good on paper, but are ineffective in practice. But we are speaking of real issues where persons can just learn the basics, just to learn to read and write to get ahead in life. 1.71 million people would escape extreme poverty. And that is why I used my long-winded way of coming to this point to say that when we are in one position and we disparage persons and we do not know their background or do not appreciate why they have not attained the level that we expect of them, there may be other things underlying. If all adults, UNESCO continues, completed secondary education, the global poverty rate could be cut by half. Now, Madam President, my parents never had the opportunity to attend secondary school, much less go to university or any tertiary level education. But I am proud to say that every single one of their 4 children have been able to do so. And that is because of their hard work, by pulling themselves up with the bootstraps and determining that whatever their circumstance was, their children would not have had to go through that. My mom, when she graduated from primary school, came up to Castries from library to get work because her parents were determined that she was not going to be in agriculture like they were and that they'd work hard. And so she got a job in Castries at a restaurant, and she came up to Castries to do so. In working there, a family friend saw her and determined, being so far away from home, and the conditions under which she had to work, he was not having any of it. He brought her back down to the south and employed her. As she progressed, he realized that she had a real knack, and that in staying at the petrol station where she worked, it would have hampered her. So at the time, there was a factory that was just opening up, Manumatics. He pulled some strings and he got her a job there. And while working there, the owner and managing director of the factory saw that she had potential and encouraged her to do in those days there was no internet, so there was not any online schooling, and there was barely enough secondary places for everyone. But they encouraged her to write her management exams, which she did. She studied on her own, spoke to people, got her little books and whatnot, studied and passed and became the manager of that place, Manumatics. I have had fun memories. All of my summer days I wanted to spend at that factory, Manumatics. And my mom got paid she had the foresight. She got paid in EC dollars and she got paid in US dollars. And her US dollars she used to ply the stock exchange, and this is how she got her first start in life. My father, same thing, went up to Castries, apprenticed to be a body man, where my mom realized that, where he was apprenticing, he was being taken advantage of. People were coming asking for him, but he was not getting the requisite pay. Took her little savings and came up, got all of his equipment and everything that he needed. By that time, they were married and started his own body shop without a tertiary level education. But he apprenticed and he learned and became a damned good body man. They grew from there and they grew their business, their empire, and today I'm a proud product of their hard work, their tenacity, and their determination not to allow lack of formal education to stand in their way. Madam President, Oscar Lewis posited that poor people exhibit a few common traits: hopelessness, feeling inferior, low aspirations, and aggression. Not everybody, not all of them, but most of them. He argued that even when poor children gained some advancement, poverty mindset would still be ingrained in them, causing them to make poor decisions. Poor parents often were aware of mainstream values but refused to teach these lessons to their children, even going so far as to prevent the children from learning that contrasting mindset. This practice influenced their children to reject mainstream values and to challenge the culture of poverty theory once they became adults, which only perpetuated the continuation of poverty in their family generation. I say all of this to say that while it is a start, we are making it possible for children, students, because at the time of age of 20, 25, you're no longer a child, right? You're a young person, but still considered youth. Students who are less fortunate can now acquire loans without the typical backer, for which I was grateful for. My parents didn't have that, but they made sure that I would never have to beg someone to sign for me. They worked hard and instilled that in me. That even while some of my classmates were not able to, I wish this was something that was available then. But we must be cognizant of the fact that while it is a start, it cannot be left to administer itself. Too many times there are facilities that we talk about in these August chambers, and they are left on a shelf somewhere, and dust collects, and persons are not aware that they are available. We need to be aggressive in ensuring that those persons out there, those students out there who need the facility can avail themselves of the facility, so that those most qualified will get it and will access it. Government must ensure, Madam President, that once these students avail themselves of these facilities, that there are jobs, so that when they come out of their prescribed education, that they can now earn a living by which to pay off those loans. Because just imagine, and it's a great thing, I think it's a piece of brilliance on the part of the government to think outside the box a little bit, but once they come out, these students come out, the very same equipment, I heard sewing machines could be used as collateral. These very same sewing machines, Madam President, when these students leave, they've graduated and they cannot find a job and they cannot pay the loans, these very same sewing machines that their mothers or their fathers have used as collateral become jeopardy of what banks do best when their loans are not being paid. And so we have to ensure that these sewing machines that put the roof over their heads and provide food on the table are not in jeopardy, and that jobs are provided for those persons when they have left school. Starting off one's career with debt is no easy feat, especially when there is a dearth in jobs, Madam President. We often call up the maxim Sir Arthur's doctrine, which states that the fundamental cure for poverty is not money but knowledge. But we often ignore that this same doctrine tells us it speaks to low wages and poverty in a labor surplus economy, which will persist so long as the opportunity cost of labor remains low. This is the other side of the coin, Madam President. So while we embrace the cure being knowledge and not money, but the money is the other side, the other hand that makes the applause work. So, as I said before, Madam President, I am not against the bill. I think it's a good start, but there are other facilities that need to go hand in hand with it. We need to ensure that the persons, the students who will need this the most are aware of it, that we pursue them relentlessly to take advantage of it, even if it's not just academics and even if it's for technical vocation. And it's sad, Madam President, speaking of vocational, that we barely have vocational education institutions around, and the last one in Beaufort was transformed into a regular academic secondary school. It's sad. But we must be relentless in ensuring that we don't just say, okay, we make a fanfare, just like somebody said, an exercise book was given and we make a fanfare out of it and the whole world must know about it. It's not enough for us to just put these things on paper because it looks good on paper, but we have to be relentless in ensuring that the ones who need it the most are the ones who can access it. Because a lot of times when you speak to young people, especially young secondary school leavers, they tell you, I don't know, I didn't know. There is a sense of apathy that resides within them, and that I think it is incumbent upon government to ensure that they are aware and that they take advantage. It's not just a one-time thing. It's like having PSAs, sorry. You say one thing because it's the month of Stop the Violence, and 11 months out of the year we hear nothing. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Antoine Prosper.
Madam President, I rise in full support to this motion to authorize the Minister of Finance to guarantee US $3,704,000 loan from the Caribbean Development Bank to guarantee a student loan line credit on behalf of the St. Lucia Development Bank. Madam President, for a long time, the young people of St. Lucia have lamented the fact that governments come, they remember them only during the time of election. Madam President, this government has made this a thing of the past. Madam President, as an educator, I have had the opportunity to listen to the stories of young people who confessed about what they had to lose to get a scholarship and what their parents had to sell to obtain a scholarship for them. Madam President, some of the stories speak to parents having to abase themselves in some instances. Madam President, children from vulnerable households and what was referred to as students from the out districts. I am from Saltibus, so I know we were often marginalized when scholarships were available. Sometimes you never even heard about the scholarships. You never even knew there were scholarships because those who were more privileged, those who had surnames, those who had connections were the ones who received the scholarships. Madam President, some may be able to identify with more privileged students who received 2 scholarships not too long ago, when there are deserving students who got none. Madam President, this government is committed to providing assistance to every young person who does well, regardless of their economic situation, regardless of where they come from, regardless of what they look like. They have a right to an education. And this is what this government understands. And therefore, the government will provide opportunities for every young person on merit. Not on color, not whether their parents are this person or that person, but as long as they qualify. Madam President, I seek your indulgence just to examine the path that this government has taken, because some people are claiming that the government has no plan for anything. Madam President, this government has its mantra, putting people first. And Madam President, the government walks the talk. Madam President, this government is committed to its goal of 1 university graduate per household. And the government begins at the foundation level. I'm a former teacher. I'm a former school principal. So we are starting with the parents, the mothers who are pregnant, to give them the help so that those children are born healthy.
Prenatal, correct.
Prenatal. We move to early childhood. The government has ensured that in some schools where there was a need, that classrooms at primary schools were retrofitted so that there is space to accommodate early childhood centers in Soufrière, in Choiseul. We have done a number, and we are looking to see as the funds become available so that we can retrofit some other schools, so that those vulnerable parents who are unable to provide early childhood education through the private means can get government-assisted early childhood centers to send their children, so that they can get some time to get employment, because many of these parents would have to stay at home to take care of the children. Madam President, the government is taking care of the physical comfort of students and staff. And we heard earlier from the leader of government business that we had to take a loan to help with the comfort of our students and teachers, because some of our schools are deteriorating. Madam President, in addition, the government provides back-to-school assistance to needy parents. So parents who cannot get bags and shoes and uniforms at the beginning of the school year are given some assistance so that we ensure that students attend school, because university education doesn't start at the top, it starts from the bottom. Madam President, we continue to provide bursaries to all students at the end who sit the CPA. At the end of secondary education, the government has committed and is paying CXC, mathematics, and English for all students, regardless of who their parents are. Every secondary school student has received a Chromebook, because, Madam President, we aim at 21st century education, and 21st century education does not come without technology. And we are cognizant of this, and this is why the government has kept to its promise. And as time goes on, we hope that we can provide the entire school system with a device. Madam President, the government provides bursaries to students from Sir Arthur Lewis. About 100 of them got bursaries last year. We shall be helping more this year. I think we already have 96, and we may add 20 more. Madam President, this government is providing the support to parents and students at every critical stage of the education system. Madam President, we aim at inclusive education. We do not want to leave any child behind. We provide real learning opportunities for groups who have traditionally been excluded: the poor, the vulnerable, students with disabilities, students of parents with disabilities as well. At one time, Madam President, when a child had a disability, if you were lucky enough, you'd see the child's face in a window somewhere in a house. But, Madam President, every child counts as far as this government is concerned. Madam President, as I said before, we want to provide inclusive education. And I want the member opposite to know, if the member didn't know, that we are transforming 4 of our secondary schools into technical vocational institutions, so that we cater for the young people who are not academically bent. And sometimes this is a misconception. I visited secondary schools in Guyana, and the same students who get the 15 CXCs are also those who are doing the technical vocational education. So we have to cater for students who want specialized skills, so that they can start their own businesses. And we must admit that St. Lucia is lacking of a lot of the skills that we need. We cannot find a plumber, we cannot find an electrician, basic things that we want to do around the home. And so if we provide the opportunities for those young people to acquire those skills, then those skills will be available in St. Lucia. They can sell their skills outside of St. Lucia in order to make a livelihood. Madam President, to date we have provided direct support to about 600 students. We have given assistance with economic cost to students who are pursuing degrees. In 2022-23, 24 students, 23-24, another 24. We have been able to negotiate scholarships for a number of students, probably more in 2 years than the former administration was able to procure in 5 years. Hungary, 7, Morocco, 39 in the 2 years. First generation scholarships in collaboration with Monroe College, we have 101, and we shall be getting another 50 in January and another 50 in September. For sports management, associate degrees, 40 students. We got 20 Cuban scholarship for medicine last year, and 18 students will commence next year. For the nursing program, when we realized that some of the nurses were struggling, we gave 20 of them stipends last year, and this year 30 more of those nurses are receiving a stipend, because we understand the struggles that the young people go through in this country. We are a caring government, and so we try to assist everybody where we can. Students pursuing studies at Sir Arthur Lewis, after COVID-19, we realized that a number of students had dropped out of school. And the Minister Edward, asked the schools to find out who are those students who dropped out, why they dropped out, so that we can provide assistance to as many of them as possible. Madam President, this was done, and we were able to assist a number of students from Sir Arthur Lewis Community College. This year, I said we have assisted about 100 students. This figure may be about 116 this year, as we continue to help students at every level. We also received OAS scholarships, 2 last year and 2 for this academic year. The UK Commonwealth 1 scholarship. The Taiwanese gave 29 last year, and this year they added another 10 to make it 39. And the UK gave 7 last year and another 6 this year. Madam President, the government also recognizes that some of our students went out to study and are struggling. And the UniPass is another pathway that we have provided so that these students can get a maximum of $10,000 to help them complete their studies. And we are getting the applications. The students are coming forward, because we do not want a situation, Madam President, where students have started their studies and they are frustrated. And we know what happens when young people become frustrated. And so as a good government, you have to ensure that you provide the support that will keep our young people afloat. Madam President, this motion is a further step in the pathway to ensure that each household in St. Lucia has at least one university graduate. Loans will be available to all youth between the ages of 18 and 30. And what is more interesting is that it caters for the vulnerable, the marginalized, the young people who seek training and tertiary education. Madam President, Jodia, moi jeute, moi ici. Parce que quand un jeune monde m'a attrapé opportunité ça là, pour moi attrapé qualité assistance ça là, gouvernement ka bay jeune monde actuellement pour yo trouver une bonne indication qui va aider yo pour yo ça plus meilleur la vie. Pas en cette ici seulement, mais à la terre parce que je ne pas rester cette ici tout seul de là yo naviguer. Nous regardez madame président si nous ça mettez maman nous en pas avec maman les autres mamans en région avec en la terre. Nous pas regarder cette ici tout seul parce que si aux jeunes maman aller babad par exemple nous voulons pour y sur même pas et puis maman et babad les arriver là. Comme ça, nous pouvons regarder si nous ça fait bagay égal by maman nous pour ça survive à les stage la terre, pas Saint-Lucie seulement. Avec le gouvernement, j'ai cherché pour scholarship, by on chaque maman. Mais nous pas ça by toute maman scholarship. Comme ça, le gouvernement a cherché l'autre manière, il s'est aidé maman Saint-Lucie jouer nos indications. Comme ça, ça qui ça fait et puis bah pas trop belle nous ca aider yo nous ca ba yon ti la monnaie pour aider yo pour finir ça affaire ça qui ja l'autre pays qui a fait étude et puis l'argent yo fini yo pour qu'on sache qui manière yo ca continuer nous mettez Unipass en place comme ça nous ça ba yo aider pour yo finir travail yo avec ces maman ça là ça joindre $10,000 on limite $10,000 pour aider pour yo fini. Madame Président, motion ça la aujourd'hui qu'a fait Caribbean Development Bank mettez l'argent à Saint Lucia Development Bank presque $10 millions pour aider jeunes gens. Avec le mot de jeunes gens, moi qu'a dit moun 18 l'année pour 30 l'année. Pour toi faciliter ça là, pour yo ça toi loan, pour yo ça faire études. Laisse ça là madame président, nous ca fermer gap là pour between c'est ça qui riche là et c'est ça qui pas ni pièce. Comme ça indication ta ba yo power ça là pour yo ça vivre confortable. C'est les autres là qui n'ont plus chance de passer. C'est ça qui c'est mon regard ici. Those who are born with the silver spoon. Comme ça, madame présidente, je dis, moi bien content. Et puis moi quand encourager maman et papa, pas chaîne cause derrière, jeune monde pas chaîne cause derrière, pour prendre l'avantage, opportunité ça là, gouvernement kabay. Parce que maman yo ni disabilité et maman qui ni disabilité même si yo pas nan rien yo ça joindre l'on pour yo ça faire études ici et bien si yo ka faire études online parce que banque là nous somme l'argent qui garantit loan ça là ba yo comme ça yo pas ni pièce là pour yo déposer pour yo joindre loan ça là ça nous ka garder c'est pour moun honnête avec pour yo prendre bon l'avantage en les opportunités ça là yo pas tenu avant nous pas connaître ça c'est ici avant exception pas maman pas tenu l'argent pour voyer aller. Et jeune garçon regarder les autres mamans, il fait primaire passer. Et puis maman et papa yo ten l'argent. Yo aller. Où ça fait madame président, m'a voulait dire ça. Garçon perd cervelle. Avec nous chaque jeune maman ça arrivé. Dans pays et ça son bagaille nous pas supposé encourager avec nous ni pour supporter émotion ça là. Pour l'argent ça là aider jeunes gens qui n'y habilité à jeunes gens qui sérieux jeunes gens qui s'apprend l'avantage opportunité ça là. Madam President, this loan helps to bridge the poverty gap. It bridges the gap between the haves and the have-nots. Madam President, what is most interesting is that we can use movable assets as opposed to fixed assets. I remember when I wanted to go to study in Jamaica, when they asked me for land paper, my mother didn't have. And a cousin of mine told me, okay, I'll use mine, and then he came back and he told me he couldn't. So I had to get other means. And I think this is a story for many of us, Madam President. And so we should be very happy that the loan is only at 4% interest. There is a grace period to pay. And the bank has set up a student loan guarantee fund for high-performing students who have no security for the loan. Those who are the most vulnerable groups. Madam President, they can study, they can stay home and study. They can study at Monroe College, at universities in St. Lucia. And they can get a maximum loan of $40,000. $60,000 for some, $44,000 for some. I think this is commendable. So, Madam President, I have no doubt in my mind that this is a very good decision that the government has made, and it has remained with its commitment to put the people of St. Lucia, and it has continuously put the young people of St. Lucia first. And if I have to speak of the youth economy and all the opportunities that the young people of St. Lucia have benefited from at this point, Madam President, I stand in full support of this motion. Thank you very much.
Senator Toussaint Shalry.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I stand here today to give my unequivocal support for the motion before us. We've heard so many times in our lifetime, Madam President, that education is a fundamental right. Éducation, c'est un droit, nous tous supposés ni. But the reality is, Madam President, whilst we say that education is a fundamental right, the reality is sometimes many of us do not get to experience that right that we talk about because we fall within brackets, within stratas, and within categories that do not allow us access to that fundamental right. I stand here, Madam President, in support of a loan guarantee by the government of St. Lucia through the Minister of Finance to provide a loan or a student loan credit line through the St. Lucia Development Bank for students, for individuals, for young people in this country who wish to access finance in order to further their education. Madam President, it was Malcolm X who said, education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. And so, Madam President, it is no coincidence today that I am dressed in red. Not only because red is the color of the party that brings these types of motion to the Parliament of St. Lucia to look after the education needs of our country, but because red is also symbolic of the season of Christmas, Madam President. And when we talk about Christmas, we talk about gifts. It is something that as children and as adults we look forward. Nous ka garder pour cadeau, nous ka joindre lettre Noël, Madame President. And so it is symbolic and no coincidence, Madam President, that we stand here today, and I stand here today in support of a motion that is, in my opinion, a gift to the young people of St. Lucia who need an equitable chance at accessing education to free them from the shackles of poverty and the shackles of being constrained within particular stratas within this country, Madam President. Madam President, UNICEF declares that we need urgent action from governments and other partners to invest in education. And this motion is testament of, one, the urgent action of a government, but also the partnerships involved in ensuring that we reach the people who actually need to be reached as it relates to educational opportunities, Madam President. Madam President, I can go on further. We often refer to the Sustainable Development Goals, and Sustainable Development Goal 4 speaks to quality education, Madam President. So we are here on this motion, Madam President, and normally when motions to borrow money come before this House, we hear the charades of the opposition in terms of interest rates, in terms of concessions, Mr. Concessionary rates and so on, Madam President. And thankfully I have not heard any of it today, because we're looking at a loan at a 0.7% interest rate, 21 years to repay with a 4 years grace period, Madam President. Again, this speaks to a government who is going out there and ensuring that they get the best for this country, to develop our people, to ensure that they can take this country to the next level, Madam President. Madam President, I was happy to hear some of the components of the motion as it relates to specific attention being given to vulnerable students, vulnerable persons, Madam President. And oftentimes we forget these people amongst us, and we believe that they have the same chance with others to access government resources. But this government is not just getting these monies and saying, well, all and sundry who qualify. There is special attention given to vulnerable and at-risk persons from low-income households, Madam President, including single mothers, the same single mothers, I dare say, Madam President, that were not dealt with so nicely by the previous administration. They were deemed as breeders of criminals, Madam President.
Right.
But this St. Lucia Labour Party government, Madam President, is looking at them differently, Madam President, and ensuring that when education opportunities come to the fore, that these single mothers are singled out, but in a positive way, Madam President. Madam President, it is quite sad that we were subjected to these things. My mother is a single mother. She brought 5 of us up, Madam President. Ek imagine kon on maman ki mene ishu mute pako. Ou sa tout se to akasman ou teni. Ek ou ka gade maman yo abwezan, yo ka fe bien. Ek yon premier ministre pays sa la ka gado. Ek ka di se ou ki ka breed criminals a pays sa, Madam President. And so it is important that as a government, we can now come and we can now make an attempt to efface and undo these atrocities that were permitted by the previous administration, Madam President. Madam President, I sat here and I listened as the member opposite who had taken the floor, and whereas her preamble was a bit strayed away from the motion before us, but something in it struck me. She spoke to the ridiculing of people. Madam President. And I am happy that this is where it came from, because, Madam President, I cannot forget that she has sat amongst and on the platform of a party that seems to be their modus operandi. Madam President, the meaning of J's, Madam President, lessons in animal husbandry, all types of dogs and name calling coming from their platform, Madam President. Their platform, Madam President. And so I am happy that it seemed to be changing a new leaf, perhaps, that there is an understanding that the ridiculing of people should have no place in the politics of this land.
Right.
Madam President, I remember a time in the history of St. Lucia where there were not enough secondary school places for the students of this country. And many of them, many that I know, many who are related to me, many in the community that I live, many that we can relate to, were not given an opportunity to attend a secondary school because there were absolutely not enough spaces, Madam President. And we remember things like shift systems and so on that prevented our people from being able to, our young people from being able to access school after primary school level. But it was this St. Lucia Labour Party government, Madam President, after the 1997 era that brought us schools like the Dame Paulette Primary School, that brought an end to the shift system after Hurricane Allen. Madam President, just think of the time frame between that natural disaster and the time when an end to this era came, Madam President. Schools like the Arge Secondary School and the PI Secondary School, these were brought to you, and many others, Babuno, Marigo, and so on. This St. Lucia Labour Party, Madam President, was the one who ensured that these things happen. And so it simply speaks to a government, a regime who understands the importance of education as a tool to break the shackles and the chains of poverty and to bring equity to our people, Madam President. Madam President, it was this SLP government who ensured that ICT centers, and I want to pause a moment to thank, Madam President, persons like a past Minister of Education, Justice Mario Michel, who really pushed, Madam President, to ensure that technology and ICT became available to persons like me, Madam President. I remember when I, Madam President, was getting ready to do my SBAs. I remember the first one being my social studies SBA. And when many of my classmates and my schoolmates could have typed their SBAs, I sat down and I wrote and I drew bar graphs and I drew pie charts because I did not have access to a computer or internet to be able to do differently, Madam President. And it was this SLP government who ensured that there was greater accessibility, Madam President. And so it's really a continuation of a thrust to ensure that our people can free themselves by being educated and by having access, Madam President. Madam President, whilst we speak of what happens when people come from university, Madam President, and when and again, it's really a challenge, Madam President, because this government is proud to have introduced the one university graduate per household initiative. And we heard not too long ago, whilst we sat in this very august chamber, that people were comparing numbers and saying that the amount of secondary school students who leave and the amount of scholarships, they don't match. But here is an initiative, Madam President, as my colleague before me said, that are opening doors to ensure that this mandate is met, Madam President. And whilst I heard on the other side, importantly, Madam President, what happens when they come from university? That governments have to ensure that jobs are created for them. Madam President, this is also the government that gave us the youth economy, Madam President, where young persons in this country will no longer depend on public service jobs, Madam President. The reality is in many countries they've had to have retrenchment in the public service, Madam President. The recurring expenditure of paying public servants has become almost a burden to many countries. So on shy pay, hanipu, especially like yonipu ale, face IMF, yonipu many gade limo ayonia public service like yonipu tie and ale. Mais gouvernement ça la ouais ça, Madame Présidente, c'est une nécessité. Et yo jamais été un programme d'aide jeune moun pour assurer qui jeune moun pas ka only dépend en les job gouvernement ça ba yo. Plutôt ça yo ça aller et yo ça ouvert own business yo et yo ça employer koyo et yo ça employer lot moun, Madame Présidente. Visionary government, Madam President. Looking at not just the now, but the later, where young people and families can now start building their own finances and build generational wealth. And that is important, Madam President. Madam President, whilst many associated with the opposition, and it's sad that those who are within the very upper echelons of the opposition do not seem to see the value of such an initiative. So whilst this motion is being tabled, they're busy neglecting and pretending that this motion is not going to assist people. But instead they speak of all the other things government can and should and supposed to do. And they have a right to do that, Madam President. Let me say that before they misquote me. And I want to ensure that the sentence is captured in its entirety. That they have a right to say that, Madam President, as a citizen of this country, under a government that ensures that people can talk, under a government that ensures the Parliament of St. Lucia is accessible to all and sundry, whilst we speak to the business of this country. We all have a right to speak our minds, Madam President. But let's be honest with the young people in this country. Let's not pretend that this initiative is not an initiative that is good for the people. And so whilst we say that government can do A, B, and C, D as well, we need to give the same level of treatment to a motion, to an initiative that will assist the young people in this country, Madam President. Unfortunately, Madam President, I seem to have missed the mark by a few years. But I am elated that those after me will be able to access these funds, Madam President, to ensure that they do what they need to do in terms of education. Madam President, in 2021, I remember placing a call to who was then the endorsed candidate for Beaufort North on the UWP ticket. And I had called because I had come to understand that the individual was responsible or in charge of or somehow connected to a program where you could have gone in and applied for some sort of educational support. And a young lady from my community came up to me and told me, oh, I heard so and so. And I said, okay, I have the gentleman's number. Let me call him so I can get you understand, to apply for that program. And when I called, I was told, I'm sorry, today was the last day. So I called the young lady and I said, okay, this is the case. We'll see how else we can assist you with your two children who are going to school. About a day or two later, that very young lady called me back to tell me that a friend of hers, who for obvious reason would have gotten that call, was called by the very gentleman, Madam President, to ask her to come into his office in order to access that same fund that I was told was unavailable to me. And I understand why that was said, but was it fair? This is the question. But Madam President, these funds will be accessible to all persons who meet the criteria. But color is not a criteria in that case, Madam President. Color is not a criteria in that case. And so, Madam President, along with all the other initiatives that I will not go into at this time, because I think my colleague before me, the Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Education, did due justice to the other initiatives that this government has put before us in the line of education to ensure access, to ensure equity, to ensure equitability, Madam President, and so I will not go into them. But to end by saying that I support the motion, and I do hope that the entity responsible for administering this program, Madam President, is able to do it in such a way that it will not burden and it will not discourage our young people from ensuring that they apply and they are successful in doing so, Madam President. And so as I take my seat, I beg your indulgence, Madam President, in wishing St. Lucians through all walks of life a very blessed and safe Christmas, Madam President, and all the best for the new year as we see these initiatives of the government start to, those that have not taken its rightful step, start to take that, Madam President, and so that 2024 can be a better year for all of us, Madam President. And I stress on the all of us, because when the government speaks to putting people first, it does not speak to some people. It does not speak to the people in constituencies that are represented by Labour Party parliamentarians, but it speaks to all the people, Madam President. I thank you.
Senator Stanislas.
Thank you, Madam President, and a pleasant good morning to you and colleagues. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Good afternoon. Yeah. Madam President, I stand here in support of the motion as presented by the leader of government business. in the government guaranteeing a line of credit of over $3 million US to the St. Lucia Development Bank. Madam President, I think we all are very aware of the importance of a development bank for the socio-economic development of any country. And development banks are usually there to assist, especially the citizenry, in terms of in agriculture, tourism, manufacturing, agro-processing, fishing, educational needs, and so on. And therefore, it gives me great pleasure and gratitude to really thank a government of the United Workers' Party in having the wisdom to really understand the functionality of a development bank and to enact the St. Lucia Development Act number 12 of 2008 to reoperationalize the SLDB in 2009. And it is as a result of the reestablishment of this SLDB bank, development bank in 2009, that the government is here today with this motion, this good, important, critical motion of guaranteeing that loan of $3.7 million to continue with the initiative of further creating access to loans to the young people of St. Lucia for the educational needs. So the development bank is not only for infrastructural development and other aspects, but there's a great need for human resource development. And of course, these funds will go directly towards the human resource development and capacity of this country. It is also important to note, Madam President, that this is not a new initiative of the SLDB giving out loans for educational needs. As articulated by the leader of government business, there are at least 800 students already in the program. So let us make it clear that this money is not anything new that is going to happen. It is a continuation of the program of accessing loans for educational needs, Madam President. I am very happy with some of the components which the leader of government business expounded on in his presentation of the motion, where you're able to use removable property as collateral to secure the loans. So it means that an individual, a young person with a car valued at $30,000 is now able to use that as security to access a loan of $15,000, $20,000 to further his or her education. A farmer who is desirable of maybe pursuing a certificate or some kind of technical certification in his or her field, who has 5 cows, who has a couple of goats or sheep, are even able to use that as security to access the loan at SLDB for the educational needs. So that is a very important component which I welcome, Madam President. I also welcome the $500,000 which was dedicated to the vulnerable and displaced, and we are all aware of many persons who just do not have the capacity, who do not have the means, you know, to really access funds like this, and that amount of money was made available in the sum which we are guaranteeing today. Madam President, I have a little issue. I understand the youth, the age of 18 to 35, but I think it is a little discriminatory. And my thing is, there could be a single mother, which I think somebody articulated about single mothers earlier, who is maybe 48 years of age. And there is one last thing on her bucket list. Her children are grown, they're on their own, they can take care of themselves, and she wishes to pursue a degree. And she needs that assistance right now. Okay? It's not extreme, but I think there should be some leeway, some room for the bank to consider that and make access to those funds available to those individuals. The same way there could be someone, a plumber out there. He's been doing plumbing all his life. He's maybe 52, 53 years of age. And he really wants that to go and get qualified so that he can present something, you know, to potential clients and so on, that looks, that I'm qualified, I have the experience, but I also have the qualifications for that. And he needs a little $15,000, $20,000 to pursue that course. I think there needs to be some kind of give and take so that you can consider those people as well. But I understand the 18 to 35 years as young people, but I think the bank should also look at other ways of being a little flexible as well, Madam President. Madam President, I think it was Senator Antoine who said that the loan is going to be at an interest rate of 4% when it is loaned out to individuals. And I think I have a little difficulty in that, knowing that the bank is getting the loan at an interest rate of 0.75%, which is less than 1%. So I think that 4% might be a little too, I wouldn't want to use the word extreme, maybe a little too high, maybe a 2%, 2.5%, in order to make it even more affordable for young persons to access those funds. But other than that, Madam President, this is a good motion. We on this side of the House, we support the motion, but we want to let the members on the other side know that this is not a new initiative. It is a continuation of student loans to students, and of course we want to thank SLDB for undertaking the initiative and partnering with the CDB in this regard. With that, Madam President, I would like to wish you, colleagues, the people of St. Lucia, especially the people of Soufrière St. Jacques, a joyful, peaceful Christmas and a prosperous 2024. I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Charles.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And let me say another good afternoon to everyone in this chamber. Madam President, I think if you will allow me, I would like to start off by perhaps thanking the members and also the United Workers' Party for affording me the opportunity. I am assuming that this may be the last Senate sitting and this may be my last sitting for the year, for giving me this opportunity to be part of this August chamber and to also share not only my position but the position of my party on the various issues that have come up over the last couple of months. Yes. I also want to say thank you very much to the support that has been given to me by the members of the public, by members of my party, and I am very, very pleased. I take this time off to wish everyone compliments of the season. In case I forget during my presentation, I'd like to start off by saying that. Madam President, it seems that my colleague was saying, well, we have to stand up and state our position first and foremost, lest we be interrupted and be told that we need to speak to the motion and they don't know where we're going. So, as my colleague has said, I wish to stand up and to say to the general public of St. Lucia that I am very, very supportive of this initiative by the SLDB to collaborate with the Caribbean Development Bank and for the government to take this opportunity to guarantee that loan so that the students, so I am very supportive of this initiative, Madam President. Madam President, the leader of government business started off and he made mention that everything is not about profit. And I thought, really interesting comment or statement coming from the leader of government business. And why is it that this stood out for me? Because, Madam President, it is the same SLP administration who closed down the St. Lucia Development Bank because they felt it was not profitable. Because remember, the Development Bank was there before. And it took Sir John, when he came back during the campaign trail in 2006, that he made mention that was our commitment, that we will reopen the St. Lucia Development Bank. So the Development Bank has always been an initiative of the United Workers' Party government, and the Labour you didn't see the benefit in it, the vision in it. Under Kenny Anthony administration, it was closed, not capitalized, etc. And we brought it back in place. And today, we are seeing the benefits and the fruits of the labor of a United Workers' Party administration. So, everything certainly is not about profit. And over the last couple of weeks, I've been given various opportunities. I am very pleased to see, Madam President, that there are initiatives that has started off by previous administration, and when you come into government, you continue those initiatives. And that is one of those that I am very pleased that the government of St. Lucia, the current government of St. Lucia, has decided to continue. So, Madam President, the SLDB has been the vision, the Development Bank, the vision of a United Workers' Party, Sir John and his team at the time, and here we are. That same Development Bank that we brought back, nothing new, like my colleague said. So, all credit goes, and I am going to take all the credit for the United Workers' Party administration for reinstituting the Development Bank and recapitalizing the Development Bank, and that's why today we can stand here today. So, ça pas qui nous vaut, Madam President. Development Bank là, les bails pas te vle, yo fermé, flambeau vié, yo viemé, exodi jour nous debout parlement pour nous bailler l'argent, nous ka bailler en assurance. Dat yo sa prêter l'argent, gouvernement ka bailler assurance ça pour yo prêter l'argent, puis yo sa bailler jeune monde l'argent, puis yo sa aller l'école. Oh bon bail ça y est, Madame Présidente. Nous tout mandé personne te ka ni en chè pour debout ici a ek di ça pas un bon bagay. Mande person te kaidisa. So if the members of the governing party expected us as supporters on this side to stand up and say this is not a good thing, I'm very sorry to say that we will not say that. However, I want to remind the St. Lucian public, and like the leader of the opposition said, that leader of government business, said, over the last 14 years, the SLDB has guaranteed student loans to 810 students and to the tune of about $28.2 million. Now I just decided, I said, for the last 14 years, on and off, if you look at it, Madam President, I think the Labour Party has been in government maybe about 4, 5, 6 years, and the balance of the years or the bulk of the years has been who? It has been under the administration of a United Workers' Party government. And so it seems to suggest, I am going to make an analogy or suggestion, that the United Workers' Party has provided the bulk of the loans to those 810 students and to the $28.2 million that has been made available for student loan to our people in St. Lucia. And so again, I say thank you very much to this government for continuing the good work of the United Workers' Party. It clearly shows, I think I heard somebody mention maybe during the other debate that the bank was not capitalized, but when you look at it, it shows that the bank has been capitalized, both on a UWP and an SLP administration. So, Madam President, I want to say we on this side, we believe in education. We believe that education is important. And I listened to the Honorable Senator on the other side. I listened to her presentation about education and every initiative that she spoke of, Madam President. Early childhood education, support for early childhood education. Kisaki nouvelle about that. But we were doing that. It's just a continuation of giving support to early childhood education and early childhood support, upgrading those centers, Madam President. School repairs, Madam President. I listened to the member, school repairs. The member opposite spoke about the new initiatives of bringing new secondary schools to St. Lucia, universal secondary school education. Madam President, are you aware that when we came into government between 2000 and 2016, that the schools were in such a deplorable state? That's what we inherited, Madam President, that the schools were in such a deplorable state that we had to spend $10 million annually to fix those schools. And the videos were there when the Prime Minister before went to those schools to look at the state of the toilets, the leaking roofs, and the conditions that our students were left in, Madam President. It was horrible. Ça c'était un crève chair, loving pour garder, broken desks, broken chairs, toilet, est-ce toilet là? Même des animaux te kavlaye ça. Excessamment mainouté ni pour yote à l'école, Madam President. So when you talk about school repairs, you spend a measly $3 million in your budget. We were spending $10 million a year to repair. Et nous still pas de ça fin manger. C'est pour mucho, Madam President. Yo prêté l'argent. Dernière fois la pio ça fin manger c'est l'école. C'est pour mucho. Qualité l'état c'est l'école a dit là. Nous te ka spend $10 million tous les l'année pour try manger. Et nous still pas de ça fin manger. Nous still pas de ça fin manger. A quartier ba là yo te quitter ba nous. Yo pas de ça manger. But, Madam President, back to school support, and I heard the member speak about back to school support. Back to school support has been done by SSDF for eons. When we came into government, I don't know who started it, Madam President. It may have been under a Labour Party administration, I'm not sure. But when we came into government, we found the back to school support from SSDF there. We continued it and we expanded it, Madam President. Nous mettons plus l'argent pour make sure SSDF they survive back to school support for the poor, the vulnerable, the indigent, the single mothers. We did that. In fact, we expanded it. We gave uniforms, we gave books, bags, everything, Madam President. Ça for Louis Bushry. Ça pas rien qui nouveau. I mean, ça for Louis Bushry has been there, I suppose, before I was born, because I think I'm quite young. But it's been there for a long time, Madam President. Economic cost to university students, that has been going on as long as I can remember. And you talk about scholarships, Madam President, I think I can say kudos, because I have been following. Kudos to this administration. Some of the scholarships have increased, obviously, and maybe it is because of the hard work of the minister and I forgot your title, madam, but parliamentary secretary, you know, so I know that Taiwan has increased their scholarship and one or two, Morocco has increased their scholarship, Madam President, but that is nothing new. So when I hear the honorable members stand in this house and want to say, pontificate, to speak to all these initiatives about education as if these things will not happen, I said to myself, mon Dieu, c'est mon ça ni che, c'est mon ça sans pas che, kat mon cher, to tell me that you want to come and talk as if that's your initiative, that's just continuation of initiatives. Monroe College scholarship, Madam President, under our tenure, Monroe was given scholarship. Dr. Rigobert can tell you that we gave scholarships. So when you've changed the name to say it's something else or whatever, but it's the same thing, the same scholarship. And then I hear, Madam President, the transformation of 4 schools to vocational schools. I said to myself, so you close it, Uteni technical school. You tell I, Madam President, Uteni technical school, Uteni yon VFO, Uteni yon Denry. Zo ferme, zo transformly, zo TA. I mean, it was sad. I am from Vieux-Fort. We had the technical school in Vieux-Fort. Vieux-Fort technical, you had Vieux-Fort comprehensive. You changé, Madam President. You fait des secondary school. La teni equipment, la teni mécanique, la teni electrical, la teni tout bail qui te ka fait à l'école ça, Madam President. You ferme. Megodia, you do boot, and you can transform 4 schools to vocational schools. So you close it, so you can reopen it and redo it, so you can stand up and say something new and something that you did. I mean, come on. Munka we kleguma. Tan fait tan kite tan eklewe. Munka we se bagay sa, Madam President. So at the end of the day, none of these new initiatives that the honorable member spoke of are new. All of them have been there, they have existed, and these are just continuations and expansions of these.
Senator Charles, I don't think I recall the senator saying that these were new initiatives.
I stand corrected.
I am finishing. She indicated that there were initiatives undertaken by the government. She never said this, so please choose your words correctly.
I stand corrected, Madam President. Okay, none of them are new initiatives, Madam President.
I'm saying I did not recall her using the word.
No, I am not saying she said it. I take back that she didn't say it. I am now saying that these initiatives are not new initiatives. These are initiatives that already existed, and they are just continuing and expanding. So there's nothing new about these initiatives, Madam President. So again, I want to say that clearly the United Workers' Party believes in education, because we have continued all these initiatives. Madam President, this is not the first time, as my colleague says, that SLDB has provided loan guarantees or provided loan support to our students who wish to pursue tertiary school education. During our tenure, we provided financing to SLDB for a tourism and hospitality training program. I'm sure you can recall, Madam President, we had a tourism and hospitality training program in collaboration with Monroe College, and that was done under the National Apprenticeship Program. And with that funding, we had trained over 1,000 students in St. Lucia in the hospitality sector. And today, most of these students are employed either with the cruise ship, with local hotels and restaurants in St. Lucia. So, Madam President, this is an initiative in collaboration with the SLDB that has been undertaken before. And so, unfortunately, due to COVID, our last batch of students, and that money, Madam President, just so I can explain the program a little bit, that money was not only for tuition. And I think if we remember at the time, we had a huge number of students, young people who were leaving to go and work on the cruise line. And there was this company, private company in St. Lucia that was providing, they had to pay, they would pay their ticket, they would do the training, they pay ticket for them, they give them the medical, etc., etc. And we recognize that this is something, perhaps it was so costly for them, this is something that the government should do. And so we took that initiative in collaboration with Monroe College. The same Monroe College you praised here. Monroe College, I mean, obviously you know, Madam President, that was something they were staunch against. You can hear the murmurings coming from over there. When they're in opposition, they're against it. As soon as they reach in government, it's the best thing since sliced bread. But we took the initiative and we worked with Monroe College to put that program together. And as part of the program, the children underwent, I think, either a 6 weeks or 3 month training program. It was a 3 month, sorry, Madam President, 3 months training program. They were given a grant funding of $1,500 towards the tuition, and they were all given $500 stipend every month to allow for them to travel and buy a little lunch or something like that in order for them to attend the training program. And the loan component included the tuition, it included paying for their medical, it included paying for the ticket for them to get to go to Barbados to get their visa, etc. And so we are very pleased, we were very pleased with that program, Madam President. Again, as I said, unfortunately, due to COVID, the program got suspended. But again, what happened, Madam President? As soon as they get into office, do you know what they did, Madam President?
They took the initiative.
Your family. Your family. Your family. They shut down the National Apprenticeship Program. They shut down the initiative. They did not continue it with Monroe College. I suppose maybe it is because, again, Madam President, there was a gentleman when he was on opposition who said that this government is the only government that thinks tourism will be on the rise and come back. So maybe that's why they didn't see the need for tourism and these kind of things to continue the training program. I don't know, but maybe. But today, I am very pleased to see that they have seen the error of the ways and they will be making financing available for our students. So I am very pleased about that. So, before I go into the $500,000 component, Madam President, I would like to I was having a sidebar with my colleague, Madam President, and even when I listened to Dr. Prosper, these initiatives, like I said, a lot of times these initiatives have existed. But some of us in the out district, as you call us, they call us country people, they say we're from a country, I don't know. But some of us, the reasons why you find a lot of people in the outer districts are not benefiting from some of those programs, it's because of lack of knowledge. And the Bible clearly says this, my people perish for lack of knowledge. Now, whilst we're sitting here and we're talking about it, I decided to go online, Madam President, to follow to see how many persons are watching NTN and the debate that is happening. And maybe just about 60-something people were online watching. I'm not too sure how many watching via television. But what you find traditionally, Madam President, is when some of these educational opportunities come up, a huge majority of the St. Lucian population and the young people with benefits, they do not know about it. And that is why many times you find is those who have that are the ones who continue to have. Because why? People who are in certain positions and positions of authority, they know about the program, they speak to their children or their family members, and they have already, and so they benefit from it. But the people who do not have, maybe they're so busy by the market hustling and doing their little things everywhere to try and make ends meet for their family, they are not aware of this program and these things just fly above their head. Now, why am I saying all of that? I think that The definition of insanity, as they say, is doing the same things over and over again and expecting a different result. And so I think it would be insane of us, Madam President, and I say us, all of us, I think it would be insane of us for us to continue to come to Parliament. We have these programs, Parliament approves, SLDB has it, and that's it. I think there needs to be a strong, and I am making that appeal to the honorable member who's the parliamentary secretary in the Ministry of Education, and now since she's so passionate, because we're all from the south together, we're from the out district, we need to put a plan in place to go out into the communities and speak about these programs, do a few town hall meetings, Madam President, put some initiatives, some ads on the radio and on the television, go out like you do in the streets, and when it's campaign time, you know, I think she's the one who mentioned that the people of population, and they think so, that many times the only time we know them is around election time, when we come and look for a vote. So the same way we go house to house and door to door to try and get a vote and to speak to them, let's go house to house and door to door and inform them of these educational programs, inform them of those funds that are available to them and these opportunities, so that we can ensure that we can get the maximum participation. Why, Madam President? Because I am saying I am very disappointed. Because when you do the calculation, I think the money amounts to about $9.5 million. Is that correct, sir? Approximately $9.5 million, okay? And, Madam President, we are providing $500,000. $500,000 for the displaced citizens of this country? Are we serious, Madam President? Madam President, are we aware that the level of crime and murder, house break-ins and everything, and we see it on the news, when you hear of the arrest, Madam President, majority of the young people who are being arrested for those types of criminal activities, people who are disengaged, are below the years of 30. They are below 30, young children. So it stands to reason that we have a huge, or maybe a greater percentage of our population who are displaced, as we describe it, who are marginalized, as we describe it, who are poor, as we describe it, and vulnerable, as we describe it. And we have $9.5 million. And that's why they say sometimes, you know, I heard the member and he said it is very strategic. I said to myself, if this is strategic, honorable member, go back to the drawing board. Because if this was very strategic, don't tell me out of $9.5 million or $10 million, if you want to bring it, only 0.5 of it, $500,000 you are allocating to these people, Madam President. That is not enough. That can never be enough. And if you want to put them, I heard them, Madam President, about the poor people, the single parents. If you want to put them on an equal footing with the people who are already at an advantage, the people who already have, and perhaps they can access, etc. If you want to put them at an advantage, at least $1 million or even $2 million, Madam President, you could not even allocate $1 million out of $10 million for the displaced, the poor, and the marginalized, and you want to come in this parliament and say that you care about these people? I mean, shame, shame, Madam President, shame. So for me, that is not enough. The $500,000 component, the component for the displaced, I welcome it. And the fact that we are making it available, they do not need to have a guarantee, they can have immovable assets, I welcome it. But $500,000, come munki kaisa access out of the $40,000 that is available. This is too low, Madam President. And so I am saying, if the government is serious about these people, the way you talk about them, if you are serious about them, put more money where your mouth is. The money is not enough. Another concern that I have, Madam President, is with reference to the payment. We have a grace period. I don't know if there is a representative from the SLDB, but I think it needs to be clearly explained, because remember, the leader of government business says that no payment will be required until after the grace period, after you finish your studies. And I am assuming, let's say if it takes you 5 years to finish your studies, maybe you're given a grace period of a year to get a job, etc., before you can start paying it. Now, traditionally with student loans, as we said, you'd normally pay the interest, and the principal you would pay it when you start working. I hope that SLDB is not going to have accumulated interest on the money, and that the interest payment starts at the end of the grace period and not before. So I am saying, if I took a loan today, this is my amount, this is the interest rate, that the money is quote-unquote frozen in Palang, so people can understand that this is the amount, and at the end of my 5 or 6 year living university, then the interest payment starts to accumulate on that money. Because if not, they're not required to pay the interest, but if it is accumulating as soon as they sign the loan, it means that they would have had a loan and the interest continues to accumulate while they were away studying. So they're not required to pay it, but it is accumulating on the money, so that by the time they leave university, Madam President, so I hope this is just a caution I am putting in there to ensure that that is taken care of. So, Madam President, we're in support of this initiative. My concerns, as I said, was the amount of money that has been allocated to the displaced people. I think that the government should reconsider. I don't think that there's anything in this resolution that prevents the government from going back to cabinet and passing and having a memo done in cabinet and discussion, and to say, I think it is unfair that out of $10 million that we're only allocating only $500,000 for the marginalized. We have too many people out there who needs access, and I think I've heard all the discussion about skills training, access to education, and a lot of the times the majority of the people who need the money are from that category. So when you allocate a measly $500,000, what are you saying to them? We need some more, Madam President. So with this, I want to say to the government, well done. Thank you very much for continuing the legacy of the United Workers' Party. Thank you very much for continuing to capitalize the St. Lucia Development Bank, and thank you very much for putting this initiative together to continue to provide educational support to our children. I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Jean.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, before I speak to the motion, I would like to congratulate you, Madam President, on your election as chairperson of the Women's Parliamentary Caucus. I noted carefully, Madam President, that you did not include this in your note to the Senate, but it would be remiss of me not to reference in having the knowledge of such a, to my mind, important position as you seek to advance the cause of women in politics and women in Parliament. I also want to wish everyone season's greetings, and also to extend my wishes for a prosperous 2024. As we live in this world, we don't know what the future holds, and therefore everything good and everything positive for every one of us here I would like to extend for next year. Madam President, I rise in full support of this motion for the government of St. Lucia to guarantee a student loan line of credit on behalf of the St. Lucia Development Bank. I was a recipient of a loan, my first ever loan. My first loan was a student loan from the St. Lucia Development Bank, which allowed me to gain a university education. At the time, Madam President, my only collateral was my mother's property. And since it was already used as guarantee for her mortgage, the only balance of equity that was available was $50,000. So that was the maximum that I could have taken as a loan. And I had to make do because it was not enough for my tuition, accommodation, meals, books, and everything else that I needed to be able to get my education at the Caville campus of the University of the West Indies in Barbados. But for me, it was a challenge that I was able to make sacrifices, like walk when I could have taken the bus. But anything that needed to expend funds, I had to make choices in order for me to survive. But I thank God that I was able to successfully complete my bachelor's degree on that $50,000. And I also thank my mother for allowing me that avenue. Madam President, the very same maxim or proverb that is being used today, that the definition of madness is doing the same thing over and over, expecting to get a different result, is one that we must pay close attention to. Because, Madam President, when we come to this chamber, we need to understand that the people of St. Lucia are listening, and that this chamber is not the place for Lajain Powell, for coming here, come sit. This is not the place for that, Madam President. There are avenues outside that should be used for that kind of decorum, for that type of, language, or the type of presentations to the people of St. Lucia. When we come to this house, Madam President, I think we need to present ourselves with class, recognizing what this house is, a representation of our sovereignty, a representation of who we are as a people and where we want to go and who we want to be. And when we come here, Madam President, I take it when we address you as the President of the Senate, we have to do so with reverence, with awe, and not this speaking to maybe our constituents outside. We have, to my mind, none of us here have constituents. So we're speaking to an august chamber, and it has to come with finesse. Madam President, this motion to guarantee, and I must say it is to guarantee, because the government of St. Lucia will not be expending any funds for this 10 million EC dollars, which is the equivalent of US $3.704 million from the Caribbean Development Bank. Although it is contingent liability for the government of St. Lucia, but it is not a capital outlay or cash outlay. And so the St. Lucia Development Bank would have to recover that amount of money which is spent, or which is loaned, to the people of St. Lucia. And therefore, this is a business transaction. Who goes into business and puts all its risk aside and just give money all over the place? No one. We were told in the past that the government had to be run like a business. Yet still, we are hearing some suggestions of making the $500,000 more. Give to more people, give to this, extend the grace period, and all of that. When this goes against business principles. Madam President, I want to correct something that was said right here. And again, when we come here, we must be sure that we're not misleading the House, and by extension, misleading the people of St. Lucia. The St. Lucia Development Bank was never closed by the government of the Kenny Anthony administration because of a lack of profitability. The St. Lucia Development Bank was merged or amalgamated with the Bank of St. Lucia. So it is not to say that the avenues were completely closed. The bank was merged. And who doesn't get involved in mergers and acquisitions and amalgamations? So when we come here, we must be clear, we must be correct, we must seek to provide facts and not to come and just lave along, and say some things that are not correct. So, Madam President, this loan facility, and I want to show you the novelty of what is presented here through this loan guarantee. What is novel, Madam President, is first of all the $10 million will specifically cater to underprivileged youth. That is the first thing that is novel, that is new, that is unique about this facility. Not that they didn't give loans before. They gave loans before. But these loans were never specifically geared towards underprivileged youth. And so, there are two components of that loan. $9.5 million will specifically target displaced and vulnerable youth, professionals requesting further training within their specialized areas, and young entrepreneurs looking to improve their skills. So these are the categories of individuals that will be targeted. It is not to say that someone who is above 35 cannot benefit from that loan. It never says so. And so we have to put things in context. The category of youth is from 18 to 35, which is the universally accepted age limit for one who is regarded as a youth. But it does not go, it goes beyond that age category. It makes provision for professionals, so a doctor who wants to further his or her studies, maybe into specializing or doing something additional to what he has, can benefit from this loan facility. We are speaking to the people of St. Lucia, Madam President, and we must give them the facts. They who are regarded as from the out districts are listening to us today too. Yeah. We don't need Senator Tousse to go in the community and tell them. We, all of us here, have to tell them through this medium and otherwise. So when we come here, we must produce facts so that they who are sitting there listening to us on Facebook, on YouTube, and on television can know what is available to them. But when we come and we twist the facts, then they get confused. So one sitting in Debrel might think that, hey, because I am not within the age of 18 to 35, I cannot go to Development Bank and look for a loan for me to further my studies. This is not included in this. This is not factual. We have to tell the people what is factual. Tell them what it is. And so, we're seeing, Madam President, that through that facility, there is a maximum loan of $200,000 per application. And if you are pursuing law, medicine, engineering, and architecture, you can get up to $300,000 from that loan facility. Give us the facts, Madam President. Let's give the people the facts. SLDB will finance 100% of the studies up to the period of the study. So if you want to study for 3 years or 4 years or 7 years, whatever time frame, the Development Bank will finance the 100% of your studies. And the loan will be for tuition fees, boarding, lodging, books, transportation, and meals. And of course, you would need collateral in order to secure the loan. And now it includes the movable property that can be used for collateral. Let's look at the coherence of government's policies, Madam President. It was just recently we came in here and we passed the bill on movable property. I noticed just about 2 weeks ago, the registry of movable property was opened. Doesn't that show the vision of the government? That it could set up a facility, it could set up an agency, have the laws and everything that supports it, and now the banks can use the property. So it's not just the sewing machine that you're going to bring to the bank and say, look, secure my loan with that sewing machine. The sewing machine has to be registered. Again, let the people know how to go about doing it so that every single person can benefit. Don't come here, Madam President, and confuse people. The second facility, Madam President, the second window is the $500,000. And that one is the one that specifically targets vulnerable and marginalized St. Lucians to improve technical and vocational skills at accredited institutions. But most these institutions are supposed to be within St. Lucia. They are targeting displaced and vulnerable youth. But Madam President, what is novel about this one is that the St. Lucia Development Bank itself will provide the guarantee to these individuals. So they don't need to bring the cows and the goats. They don't need to bring the sewing machine because they don't have. But the bank itself will provide the guarantee for these, the $500,000 facility. These are people that have absolutely nothing to provide as collateral. Where has that avenue ever been available to the people of St. Lucia? When? Madam President, I was in the government of St. Lucia. I worked in the public service. I know moves that were being made to shut down the NSDC. People were all over going to Lucerne, Switzerland to see how schools could have come down here and replace the National Skills Development Center. We were told that the NSDC was competing with the hotels in the south. We were told of schools that were created to provide tourism and other training. And they wanted to build not only one school, but if they had the means, would build 10 schools for their wives. Yet still, Madam President, you're going to come now and want to talk about $500,000 is not enough to have the development bank guarantee loans to the people of St. Lucia without collateral.
Let's add the vaccine money to it.
So, Madam President, we must understand, we must know what we want in this country. But you know what I realize? The more I go about my business is the more I realize when your glass is half empty, you cannot see beyond. You cannot see anything above that empty glass. Everything half empty. Our glass is always half empty on the other side. We're not seeing the glass half full, but we must give the people of St. Lucia the assurance that that glass is half full. And as they go along, that glass is going to come to the point where it will be overflowing. The other component, Madam President, that I want us to see is again the continuum of government.
That's right.
This thing of every 5 years, I remember, I think it's Invader in his song about l'argent. He says every year, every 5 years, we're choosing a side. This 5-year choosing a side is hurting us. And we have to realize that we're going nowhere choosing a side every 5 years. Because what we're seeing is Tiwe Meti. This 5 years, we have something, Project Start, then Project Squaz. Project Start and Project Squaz. What we're seeing this time is the St. Lucia Development Bank is embraced by the St. Lucia Labour Party administration, and we are now injecting additional guarantees in order to make the St. Lucia Development Bank work for the people of St. Lucia. Nous pas croiser.
That's right.
Manière nous te croiser custody suites. Nous pas croiser manière nous croiser deux buildings St. Jude. Puis les nous te misiway.
La porte
la bate goase, corridor pate goase. Nous pas te croiser pour ça. Nous hen, we came back. When we saw the St. Lucia Development Bank, nous quitter même manière, nous joindre. Okay? We didn't croise it like we croise Rodney Bay Road and leave it in that state of disrepair. Thanks to Honorable Kenson Kazime, every day that I pass on that road, going into Rodney Bay. I thank Honorable Kenson Kazimi for using his CDP money to come and give us some reprieve on that road. Kwevche. Madam President, like Senator Antoine said, we're seeing the government's coherent policies that will lead to the future development of our children. We're seeing, Madam President, the government is making provision through the maternal child care program for pregnant mothers to get health care, proper health care, so that when these children are born, we already know that they are coming out healthy. As we go along, our education policies, we see in teacher materials allowance given. We see in laptops for the children, bursaries. Même si yo pas nouveau, but when the laptops were given, ça nous te dit, qui gagne qui a ça? Tout monde après ça, tout ti mamay, ça servi un laptop. All children and their families, because of the foresight of the St. Lucia Labour Party administration. Senator Antoine also highlighted the number of scholarships that have been given. Madam President, I know when there were scholarships given from Monroe College, there was a pick and choose of those who had to benefit, who benefited from these scholarships. When the Taiwanese gave scholarships, the Taiwan embassy had to make the selection themselves to ensure that there was no interference in it. Think of how we look as a people, that we cannot even make our own selection because it was on the basis of favoritism. It was on the basis of the Belrose Doctrine that prevented the people from, the children from Entrepot, because they were in Castries East, could not get it. So when we're talking about what's new, we have to see the difference with what is new here. Madam President, in the Prime Minister's budget address at page 19, I want to go back and show you how connected this is, this initiative, this guarantee, to what the Prime Minister said in his budget address of 2023-24. And he says, and I quote, "Our goal that every household should have a university graduate has been supported by an increase in the availability of university scholarships sponsored by friendly countries, in particular Taiwan, Monroe College, and the government's University Package of Assistance Program, for which a sum of $500,000 has been allocated in this budget," unquote. That goes along with the promise of putting people first in the St. Lucia Labour Party 2021 manifesto at page 23, which says, "We shall actively pursue the policy that every St. Lucian household has at least one university graduate within a reasonable time." Madam President, 2 years into this administration, and all of these facilities are already available within a reasonable time. That is what is new about this. Not that scholarships are not given, not that loans are not given. In fact, Madam President, there was a period when there was no scholarships. Scholarships were a thing of the past. Or if people were getting scholarships, it was a batab, no pate sav. Who go to school, who don't go back to school. Madam President, there were times, there was a situation where a child did exceptionally well at A-level and was denied further education because of who that child was. We know that. So we have to see, Madam President, the link between what we have here and the rest of the policies of the government of St. Lucia, particularly the link to this student loan facility and the Youth Economy Agency. Remember, Madam President, the Youth Economy Agency opened its doors in only April of this year. Sometimes it feels as if Youth Economy Agency has been there for over 5 years. Because they've done so much in that short space of time for the youth of our country that it feels as if they've been there forever and ever. But Madam President, look at the link. A young person can go to the Youth Economy Agency, get training, get a grant, decide to further his or her studies, goes to the development bank, takes a loan, gets trained, gets skills. Now this thing, again, we crying, when they come back, they cannot find employment. The Youth Economy Agency is teaching them not only how to get employment, but how to become entrepreneurs, how to create their own business. All of these things are being done in a coherent manner. That is what you call strategic policy implementation. That is what you call visionary leadership. Not this thing of quasi tut bagay. You know, just take things, ostracize people, single mothers breeding criminals, close down, cut off Constitution Park. Don't come around here and listen to the debates in the House. That's not how we do it. We do it by making things accessible to the people. All the people. I am sure that St. Lucia Development Bank does not have a criteria for the loan of party affiliation. I'm sure that is not on the application form. I'm sure nobody on the board will be looking to see who is your mother, who is your father, who is your nene and your power. Your bahagadesa. You come with the criteria that is presented, what you're going to study, your academic qualifications or whatever you have, your collateral and so on, and the loans are going to be disbursed on that premise, not on favoritism. Madam President, we know the victims of the last administration. Your humble servant here was one. Huh? Why? And I was told it was not for my politics, not for my professionalism, and not for my performance. So then why was I ostracized from this government? And you people want to come now and cry for the St. Lucian people? What they don't realize, Madam President, is more they come here, ek yo fâché, more they come here, ek yo désolé, more they come here and cry for the people. The people made their decision on July 21st, 26, 2021. So yes, 800 people got student loans from the St. Lucia Development Bank. Yes, but I still reject y'all because there were many other things that y'all did to us that caused us to reject you. And so don't continue with the rejection. See how you can turn your life around and come and bring some positivity to the people of St. Lucia. Pakuma say hope, 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 hope. Matetan hope is a motorboat. Come and show the people that you are born again. That you are coming with a difference in what you would like to present to the people of St. Lucia. Because there are a lot of people who are undecided. There are a lot of people who, flip-flopping. But if you come and you want to come and practice, member gala uteava. The good thing is, with a man at the helm, like Honorable Philip J. Pierre, J for Joseph, have to come real good for you to make the people change their minds. You have to come real good to make people change their minds. Play who match. Okay, where Lani, less people matching with you if you continue in the way you're going. Because the man at the helm who is creating policies that touch people, putting them first, it's very difficult for you to be able to sway people otherwise. And so, Madam President, what I ask for the institutions that will target the vulnerable and marginalized St. Lucians, I am looking forward to greater resources into institutions like CARE, like the NSDC, like Sir Arthur Lewis Community College. I heard something about a school day closed and a school day open and whatever. But Madam President, I'm confused. Again, just like the people outside, I am sitting inside and I'm really confused over this thing. But the institutions that provide technical vocational education, that provide skills to the people of St. Lucia. Madam President, simple skills like plumbing, like tiling. There are people who can get into these areas, like carpentry and joinery. These days you could hardly find furniture, authentic mahogany and all of these furniture.
Senator, you have 10 minutes to complete your presentation.
Thank you, Madam President. I will complete within that time. Thank you. So our citizens who can get these skills in order for us, for them to be able to, you know, work at certain places, do plumbing, do electricals, and other skills like that, Madam President, I would like to implore the government to provide greater allocations to some of these institutions so that they could serve the people even better. I have a lot of confidence in institutions like the NSDC. I think they do very good work. They provide second chances to a lot of people who thought that they dropped out of school or didn't complete or completed school without academic education. But they are now able to get new skills, and I can tell you a number of them have their own businesses in hairdressing, in nail art, in culinary skills, and several others. So I think greater resources should be pumped into institutions of that nature, unlike plans to close them down, that we should continue to strengthen them. And so, Madam President, I close in full support of the guarantee to the St. Lucia Development Bank by the government of St. Lucia in the tune of EC $10 million or 3.7 million US dollars in order to provide much needed resources to the people by way of loans to pursue their education, and most importantly to the vulnerable young people of our country, in order that they could get the necessary skills to make themselves employable for the future. Thank you.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to my colleagues who contributed to this motion from both sides. I had the opportunity to listen and take a few notes, and I think fortunately some of my colleagues have addressed some of the issues that were raised by the opposition, so that I will not do, but I will briefly touch on some of those I think perhaps need to be explained and clarified, if not debunked incomplete. in complete terms. So, Madam President, permit me to start by establishing one simple fact. This motion came here to establish a line of credit for St. Lucian students or St. Lucians who want to obtain higher education. That's what it was for. From the onset, I knew that I had heard at least one member of the opposition in another chamber stand and express support for the motion. So I came here we started about 10:30, and I'm thinking, well, this is going to be a routine conversation. The opposition will stand up, support the motion as it is, and we probably will be out of here before 12. But, Madam President, by the time the first speaker stood and took a few minutes, more than a few minutes, in a preamble that I was trying to figure out, I think at some point you had to call on her, I realized that this is not where the opposition was going with that motion. And it took a while before finally, maybe a more astute member in the person of Senator Stanislas stood up and finally uttered the words that the opposition, or he at least, supported the motion. But before he did that, Madam President, a lot of things were said, and I don't think we should allow some of those things to go undetected and to be allowed to stand. I intend to address at least three of them, a couple from Senator Jean-Pierre, and one very damning allegation, quote unquote, that was made by Senator Charles. Madam President, when the first speaker on the opposition stood and started talking about humiliating people and something totally unrelated to the motion, I was thinking, okay, so why do you have to come here and describe your leader of the opposition? Why? We don't have to come here and describe him. I mean, that has been done before. But then, after you called upon her, I noticed that some examples were given. And I just want to say that, when you come to debate something that is constructive, progressive, beneficial to this country, particularly after the Senator Jean-Pierre had indicated that in her on her debut, her language was misconstrued, or her position was misunderstood, and that she was going to be extremely careful. I must say that, it was almost more of the same. And I want to say, Madam President, that this tells me that sometimes the opposition just does not learn from the mistakes that they've made. And there are times we come here, even as a government, and we bring motions, we bring bills to this table. The independent senators sometimes, civil society makes observations and points out certain things that we need to fix. And we come back and we say, okay, we will fix it, and we say we apologize, and we say we were wrong. But how can you come here, Madam President, and speak about humiliation when we were not the ones who referred to people as ex-cons when they tried to interview us? We were not the ones who, on platforms, mock, and I heard we were talking in this motion, Madam President, about people with disabilities. People with disabilities, and I think the opposition agreed that it's a good thing to have something in the motion to address households with disabilities. But then the opposition is talking about humiliation when their leader was on a platform mocking the Prime Minister. Stammering can be referred to as, a disability. Mocking him. And you're standing up here and instead of debating the motion, wanting to refer to things like that, humiliating people. Madam President, I don't think it was us who referred to Helen's daughters or make some comment about Helen's daughters being daughters of hatred. Those kinds of utterances did not come from this side of the House. So before the opposition forgets about the motion or the bill, comes to this House to bring up things, to point fingers at people for humiliation, they need to look at the glass house that they live in. And I really want to discourage that. Now, I don't want to spend more time on it, so I want to move to another point that Senator Jean-Pierre raised. It was a good argument to suggest that you know, when you're raised in a family where your parents were not well off, that certain things had to be done. But one of the things she mentioned is that in the case of her mom, that a couple of strings had to be pulled so she could have gotten some things done. I want to say that these things happen, but this motion is addressing that very thing. The need for people to have to pull strings when you have people getting opportunity to be educated and they are competent. They can get what they get on merit. On merit. And I heard her say at some point, her friend and her, she wished that this was available at their time, and I commend her for that. I too thought the same. This facility should have been available when we went to school. So at least in all the discussion, you know, they inadvertently are supporting the bill, you know, but they don't want to say it. And so, Madam President, there was another point that was raised by Senator Jean-Pierre, saying that and I think it's also a good point. You see, sometimes the opposition says a good thing, but they muddy it up with things that do not relate to it. So having said that, when we make those facilities available to our youth and they get the university degree, what about the job opportunities that we create for them thereafter? Good argument. You cannot, and I said so in my presentation of the motion, that we want to ensure that when opportunities are provided for higher learning for all these thousands of young people, that there is opportunity for them to be able to access opportunities to work and so on. But Madam President, that is why we have the youth economy. That is why we have the SMME. So that these young people, having accessed the loan, having accessed higher education, have their degrees, have their competencies, can then not only sit back and wait for where's my job coming from, but being able to now create jobs, being able to be owners of businesses, not people waiting for a call center to open or to work in some hotel, but be able to create and generate employment by having their own business and, as we said, creating generational wealth for their families. So I think that question was a legitimate question by Senator Jean-Pierre, but the answer lies in the policies of the St. Lucia Labour Party. Madam President, I moved to Senator Stanislaus, who I thought was quite, his experience showed there, and I think he must share a little bit more with a couple of his colleagues. Because what he did was, as soon as he stood up, he established that he supports the motion. And you heard everybody applaud him. That's all the opposition needed to do. You support the motion, you support the motion. Now, if you feel that there are some things that can be improved, like I heard, of course, skillfully, he indicated, well, you could do more. Well, but I said so even before the motion was presented, I was the first to say that the 4.5 million US and the 500,000 that I would have liked to see more. I said so. We are not denying that as a government. We can agree that whatever we are doing, we can do more, or we should try to do more. But there is a reality of the availability of resources. There is a reality of what you can do at a particular time. So I have no difficulty with saying that we can do more, but that's an argument we raise in opposition, and that's a reasonable argument. But then you see, there are other little things that come in when you raise those arguments, because the opposition usually does two things. Either say this thing is not good, or if it's good, either say we did it. Yeah? It's either not good, or if it's good, it's us. So the senator proceeded to establish that this is nothing new, and establish TUF, who did what. But in thanking, interestingly, Madam President, in commending the SLDB for the loan facility, he never acknowledged and thanked the Labour Party for providing the guarantee for SLDB to do it. So, since he didn't say it, I thank him for thanking SLDB. I thank SLDB as well. But I will extend and say I also thank the St. Lucia Labour Party government for facilitating the guarantee. He just couldn't bring himself to saying it. He couldn't. But it's okay, Madam President. We know the DNA of the opposition. They're not allowed to say certain things in this chamber. I think he still wants to run the seat the next time, so he's not going to take a risk and suffer any consequence. So it's okay, I understand. Now, there was an argument that I thought was very interesting. But that's nothing new. What's new about this? Well, I'll tell you what's new about it. Yes, 800 persons have received scholarships. But there are two new components that I discussed, and the opposition pretended that it did not exist. The use of movable property as security, that's new. That is new. No, but they said that there was nothing new. That is new. And the component for vulnerable persons, that is new. Although they try to beat upon it and say it's not enough. But that is new. So, you know, it is just that the opposition, they have to find a way to find the problem with something, even when it's good. Madam President, a very interesting example was raised about, how about a 48-year-old who is not within the age limit and cannot access the loan? Now, that's a smart argument, and I'm not here to try to make any smart argument look like it's not. But I'll say again, where do you start and where do you end? I stood here when I presented the motion and said, I wish there was no age limit. I said so. I wish it didn't have to be between ages 18 to 35. But it is a youth initiative, and youth has to be defined. It has to be defined. There is a definition for youth. I even said that when I was 15, I wish a youth was from 15 to 35. But you see, the opposition pretends they forgot that. So I will repeat. I will be the first to say, Madam President, that if that facility could have been made available for everybody from the age 0 to 100, it would be better. But there is a particular framework within which you operate, and there has to be limits, and I'm sure that we would want to expand it to others. But for now, the age limit for the description of the youth in that context is 18 to 35. And so, Madam President, it takes me to the final response, and that one's the most interesting one. Senator Charles, in her witty approach, attempted to downplay the impact of this particular initiative. And while she may be very skillful on other platforms, I'm not sure that in this chamber these things can get away, because I'm very astute. I'm a good student. I might have been a good teacher, but I'm also a good student. I paid attention. And the first thing that I want to make sure that is very clear, Madam President, is that there are some things that are factual and some things that are not. The St. Lucia Labour Party never closed down the Beaufort Comprehensive Secondary School Technical Institution. That is not a fact. That is not true. As a matter of fact, Madam President, between 2003 and 2004, I was a member of the teaching staff of the Beaufort Technical Comprehensive Secondary School. Senator Charles should have done her research before she came here and said that. I was a member of the teaching staff. I was in charge of the science program. We were trying to get Jamaica, a program from Jamaica, to expand the technical program offered at the school. The problem at the school was that the students who were entering the school were coming in with grades of 17%, a range of 0 to 20, and we realized that there was need for us to do something about not just the programs, but the entry of the students. And we teamed up with the Cicero Secondary School at the time that she forgot. She said we closed down this one and we closed up, but she didn't remember that the Cicero Secondary School was one of those with a very high technical component. The Marigo Secondary School is where we had, aquaponics? Aquaponics. Stanley John Odlam. So we, at the time, while she's claiming that we closed technical schools, we were opening technical schools. Madam President, I was a member of that staff when we sat and wrote modules for the technical programs offered at that school. So there was a need to address not just the programs, but also the way the school was perceived. That school was stereotyped. They used to call the students text box and all kinds of names. And some of them were people from walks of life. They marginalize these students. I was a teacher and I know how the parents felt when people were targeting and calling the school's name, even the color of the uniform. It was a green, and I remember a certain person, a certain individual equating the color of the uniform to the green, the bananas, to downplay. I was one of the victims of that stereotyping as a teacher on staff. So I understand why there was need to redesign, restructure, and fix that program. And you know what is there now, Madam President? Let me let the opposition know what is there. This school is now the Binfield Comprehensive Secondary School. It is a comprehensive school where my 2 children attend. I am a parent, a proud parent of 2 young children attending the Binfield Comprehensive Secondary School with a comprehensive education plan, not a grammar school. So I will not sit here and let anybody hit on a school in the South, especially someone from the South. Especially someone from the South. My son and daughter attend that school and I'm very proud they're doing very well. And that school is positioned to be the #1 school in the south of the country alongside the Beaufort Comprehensive. So I'm not taking any blows on that school. I will not accept it. Madam President, and by the way, technical education, that is what comprehensive schools are for. Comprehensive, I went to a Castries comprehensive school, and that's what it is. Leon Hess comprehensive. Soufriere comprehensive schools, that's what it's about. There is a strong technical component that you don't find in the regular grammar or the secondary schools. But Madam President, some people forget when they come here that we have educators in here. Now, speaking about closing down, Madam President, Senator Charles attempted to suggest, quite wrongfully, that the St. Lucia Labour Party closed down the St. Lucia Development Bank. Now, I could have stood on a point of order, but again, I am not here for the back and forth. So I allowed her to say what she had to say. But I want it to be stated in the records of this Senate that this is an untruth. That is not true, Madam President. And I'll tell you what happened. I took my time to go and do the research to verify the information before I came back here. So, Madam President, here is what happened. The St. Lucia Labour Party government in 1979, way back, found what we had as a Chase Manhattan Bank in the city of Castries. Some of us may not even remember that we had that here. We found that bank, and at the time, the government then bought over the shares of the bank and formed what we call the National Commercial Bank, what we call NCB. At that time, I was a little boy in school, but I did my research. That bank is what the United Workers' Party replaced with what we called the SLDB. Madam President, a second Labour Party government coming back into office then amalgamated the then NCB, the National Commercial Bank, with the SLDB. That amalgamation was then became the Bank of St. Lucia, the BOSL, what we have now as the Bank of St. Lucia. And Madam President, that bank, none of the undertakings of the SLDB was reduced or removed. So to come to this Senate and to tell St. Lucians that the Labour Party closed down the SLDB and the UWP came back to reopen it is a complete untruth, Madam President. It is not true. And what happened was that the Labour Party had done it in 2 phases. Firstly, in the 79 period, established a local bank. You took away, bought the shares of a foreign bank. And you see, that's the government that has always been looking after the interests of locals. Bought over the shares of a foreign bank, set up a local bank, and then later on went on to amalgamate 2 banks to form the Bank of St. Lucia. And right now, Madam President, I'm sure some of them have their money in the Bank of St. Lucia. Right now, the Bank of St. Lucia is one of the most prominent local banks in this country. Some of us have shares in it. So to come here and try to diss a bank to suggest that it was closed. That was never the case. And so, Madam President, there's a difference between closing and merging. And to suggest that because you amalgamated the bank, that the services it provided were not available is even worse. So, Madam President, there was another point I want to quickly mention before I wrap up. The opposition, through Senator Charles again, suggested that there was, again, not new, we gave scholarships and we had technical schools and we opened the Monroe College had a program with CHTTI, yeah? Now, I was not the one who introduced CHTTI to the debate. I was not the one. And I didn't say who. Madam President, I want to mention now that some of the certification that Senator Charles spoke about, where young people were trained and they're on the cruise ships and all of those things. I have a personal experience with a couple of my young youth people in my clubs, the clubs that I was part of, where these young people went on the advice of their then government, enrolled in that program, that hospitality training that she spoke about, got certification, they took loans to complete the program, only to find out that some of the certification was not accredited, and then they had to go and do something, and I wrote it down, called the ICDL license, which the MAMPA agency was offering. They had to pay for that, and some of these young people completed a course, had a certificate in their hand, Madam President, but that certificate could not give them a position on the cruise ship. They had a loan to pay and they had no job. One of them came to me, I will not name him, because he finally got through the MAMPA agency and is now on the cruise ship. He came to me to assist him because he had a certificate, but it was not accredited and he could not get on the cruise ship. That is what we got from this government. That is how they bluff the young people. Made them go and take loans, enroll in courses of study, invest their money, and then they have a piece of paper in their hand that is of no use. They can't get a job, they can't get on the cruise ship. And it had to take the MAMPA agency to let them do the ICDL license so that they can be employable on those cruise ships. So the opposition, in their attempt to downplay what we're doing, was exposing some of their own misdeeds. Madam President, 500,000 was not enough for the vulnerable. That is what Senator Charles said. But I'll tell her, there are that's 500,000 new opportunities that they did not provide. 0 plus 500,000 is 500,000. So, Madam President, allow me now to close by telling the Senate how proud I am. I'm very proud to be part of a government that can come here and table a motion to empower our young people through tertiary education line of financing. I am proud to be from a country, a St. Lucia country, a country named St. Lucia, where a government of the St. Lucia Labour Party can do this. Madam President, while some may believe or may want to even deny that we can be proud to be from here and try to even downplay and ridicule our sister island of Haiti, I am going to say again, I am proud to be in a St. Lucia where 100% financing can be made available to the young people of St. Lucia. I'm proud to be from that country. I will not be ashamed to be from St. Lucia because I am proud that $500,000 can be made available as a line of financing for people who come from households that are vulnerable and displaced. Madam President, I am not ashamed to be from St. Lucia. I am proud to be from St. Lucia, a St. Lucia where over 230 scholarships have been granted to St. Lucian students in about 2 years. That is why I am proud to be from this country. And Madam President, I am proud to be part of a government in this country that has decided that it can come to the Parliament and make available a line of financing that provides a guarantee to a bank, a local bank, that will guarantee hundreds of St. Lucians added to the 800 that exist. More access, equitable access to higher education, to neutralize and close the gap between the haves and the have-nots, and to make education the great equalizer it's supposed to be, and to neutralize and create greater opportunity for all our children in all parts of this country. I am indeed proud, Madam President, and I hope that while others may want to make us feel as if we should not be proud, or we should be worried about being proud to be from our country, I again say we should all be proud when we can come to the Senate to debate a motion to do something like that. I hope that, as was said, the agencies responsible for the implementation of this motion will work assiduously to ensure that it reaches those that it was intended for. I thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to guarantee an amount of US $3,704,000, the loan, from the Caribbean Development Bank to guarantee a student loan line of credit on behalf of the St. Lucia Development Bank. Be it further resolved that A, the loan is repayable in 17 years commencing on the first due date after the expiry of 4 years following the date of the loan agreement, or on a later due date as the bank specifies in writing. B, the repayment of the loan is in 68 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year, after a grace period of 4 years following the date of the loan agreement, or on a later due date as the bank specifies in writing. C, the interest is payable at a rate of 0.75% per annum on the amount of the loan disbursed and outstanding. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bills. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Consumer Protection Amendment.
Consumer Protection Amendment.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that for the suspension of Standing Order 49-2 to allow this bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Senators, the question is that Standing Order number 49-2 be suspended in order to allow the Honorable Leader of Government Business to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Consumer Protection Amendment. Madam President, this bill is another piece of progressive legislation amendment, and its main function is to provide some kind of protection for our consumers. While it may have benefits also to the not manufacturers but suppliers, I think it is primarily aimed at assisting our consumers and offering them some kind of protection. And it is its purpose really is to amend section 13.24 of the Consumer Protection Act, cap 13.24. The amendment is going to allow for an officer, for example, of the Consumer or the Ministry of Commerce to conduct investigations in the best interest of consumers and their business. Madam President, one example I can cite that this amendment will help to deal with. I recall we were here some time ago and we came to make an amendment to remove VAT on feminine products. And no sooner had we passed that piece of legislation, there were calls and reports from the various business places among our consumers that the very products that we had removed the VAT on, the prices we expect to have been reduced. So if a particular product, feminine product, should have cost $20, if you remove 12.5%, you would expect that it would be passed on to the consumer and it would be cheaper for the average young lady. But instead, there were reports that very next week, the price of the same commodities increased significantly. So it was telling us that something was wrong, because if you remove VAT on a product, the product cost is supposed to be reduced. We also came here some time ago to remove VAT on building materials. That was relief for our building sector. And again, there were reports that in certain hardware stores and certain suppliers, again, there seemed to have been a hike in the price. And so we felt that if the government is coming to forego revenue, remove VAT or reduce VAT on any commodity for a particular reason, that the intention is not for the supplier to benefit only. We want the consumer to benefit. It has to be passed down the very same way that when VAT was introduced, it was just passed on to the consumer. So how could you have the reduction of VAT and the consumer cannot feel the impact? So therefore, this piece of legislation will allow for the authorized officers from the Ministry of Commerce to be able to enter the premises of these companies and monitor what is going on with the prices, and to ensure that there is no price gouging, as they say, and the consumer is not being unfairly treated. It also provides for avenues for settling disputes, because sometimes you have those between suppliers and consumers. And so, I think in section 32, the officers are allowed to enter the compound. It will also authorize the Consumer Affairs Department to enter the compounds to do that. Madam President, it also will provide for the strengthening and enhancing of the monitoring of business operations. There is another section that I wish to refer to. Before I go to that, I am pleased to mention today that in an effort to ensure that there is proper consultation and there is also proper education on the issues that caused us to have to come here, and one of them is a very popular topic of inflation these days. Inflation, whether it is external or whether, as we know, it is external and it has implications for us. I think the government realizes that it's necessary to have discussion on that issue. And so as we speak, in fact, between 9:30 and 9:30 a.m. this morning on AM and 12:30 p.m. today, there was a consultation hosted by the Ministry of Commerce, a public consultation on inflation. And there were a number of partners involved, and I can just mention a few. The Consumer Manufacturers Association, the Chamber of Commerce. I also noted from the Minister of Commerce mentioned that the CARICOM Secretary General will be part of that conversation, meaning that we have a regional perspective being brought in. And why this consultation? Madam President, we have to be inclusive, we have to be proactive, we have to ensure that the public is aware of some of the things that are affecting our consumers, and that when we come to make that amendment, that they must expect that they can trust that when the government takes initiatives to cushion the blow of inflation, to cushion some of the impact, that it is the customer in the small shop in the various parts of this country, they can feel the impact, they can benefit, and that consumers, not consumers, but suppliers and the business sector is not taking advantage of our people. So, Madam President, I think the Consumer Protection Council is also part of that discussion. And I think that consultation was being held today at the Bellevue Hotel, both in person and virtually. So persons were able to join in on a virtual platform to contribute. Meanwhile, the Consumer Protection Tribunal, I understand, Madam President, they actively continue to ensure that when there are disputes, like I mentioned earlier, that these could be resolved in a timely manner. And if these disputes are not resolved directly between the consumer and the supplier, that is an avenue that is available to deal with those. Madam President, it is very clear that in these times, we have to provide a measure of confidence and a measure of protection for consumers. St. Lucia is a small country, and things don't take too long before people figure them out. So when the government tries to bring relief, all of the various initiatives that we try to use to bring relief to people, knowing the difficulties, the subsidies we pay on gasoline, the subsidies we pay on some of these supplies, flour that people talk about all the time, and all of those items, when the government makes provisions for these things to have relief for our consumers, that the consumers feel the impact of the relief. It is not fair for the government to remove or make provisions to reduce the cost of things, and the supplier then does not pass that on to the consumer. You have to protect them. And that is why essentially this amendment is being made. So I believe it is worthwhile, and we need to see that our consumers will feel that basically we have their back in terms of monitoring what's happening and also putting measures in place to ensure that they are not in any way exploited. So I ask for the support of this amendment by this Honorable Senate for the benefit of our consumers. Thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that the Consumer Protection Amendment Bill be read a second time. Senator Charles.
Madam President, I rise on behalf of my colleagues to support the amendments to the Consumer Protection Act. I think for the last couple of years, our citizens of this country has been crying and calling with a loud, clear voice for protection, for consumer protection, and a lot more to be done by the Consumer Affairs Department. I recall, Madam President, just a couple of weeks ago when the Minister for Consumer Affairs was asked the question about price gouging, and the response was kill it, kill it, kill it. So I'm very happy today that we are now in Parliament, and we're not talking about killing anything, but we're talking about amending the Consumer Protection Act to allow perhaps for that greater responsibility to be undertaken. I am making the assumption that prior to this amendment, that maybe the officers of the Consumer Affairs Department did not have so much latitude and leeway to be able to go in and to conduct. And so based on the amendment, it speaks to it says that notwithstanding subsection 1, an authorized officer shall conduct an investigation where the Department A has reasonable grounds to believe that a supplier is in breach of this act, and B, determines that an investigation is in the best interest of consumers. Now, one of the concerns that I do have, Madam President, perhaps I don't know if the Leader of Government Business will be able to answer that question, but I am assuming that suppliers does not only speak to private suppliers out there, but it speaks to the government, who's also a supplier. And we know that whilst Rubis and Shell, I think Sol, are the ones who more or less import fuel into this country, there is some sort of collaboration with the government of St. Lucia in terms of the importation and the price, because it is a price control item. And I think this is one, outside of people complaining about faulty televisions and fans you buy from all over the place and belts and whatever it is that you buy, and sometimes you go to the Consumer Affairs Department. Now that the Consumer Affairs Department have that latitude, are they or will they be able to now determine that an investigation is in the best interest of consumers when it comes to the price of fuel and what is happening in this country? Because, Madam President, you see, and I think we've been talking about it for the longest time, that there is a price-through mechanism that is in place. It is a 21-day, is it a 21-day system? And I think if we recall, Madam President, a couple of years ago, that the then opposition had a match which we termed the orange match. And it had to do with the price of fuel, where we felt that the price of fuel was not being calculated and the price was too high and what was being passed on to consumers. And I think that in light of the orange match, I think just prior to the match, days before the match, the government changed the way that the calculation and of the price of fuel was being done, and so they instituted this 21-day. Now, my understanding is that this 21-day is to ensure that if the price of fuel goes down on the international market, then within that period it should be passed on to the consumer. If it goes up, then it will be passed on to the consumer, but there's a time frame. Madam President, for the longest time, for the last 2.5 years, we've not had a price change in the price of fuel, whereas we see, and the Honorable Member also spoke about the fact that you've had, where the member spoke about the consultation that is happening right now with reference to inflation. Now, the price of fuel, I think, was about $17.
Senator, can I ask you that you're indicating that for the past 2 years there have not been a change in the price?
Sorry, let me correct that, Madam President.
Yeah.
Price of fuel has changed. I think the price of fuel was at $17. It stayed at $17 for over a year, and I think now it's at $16.50 or $16.25 thereabout. So it's a very slight change, but what we have seen is that there has been a huge difference or reduction in the price of oil on the international market vis-a-vis what is being passed on to us. So for me, Madam President, I'm hoping that the Consumer Protection Act amendment will allow for there to be an investigation in the best interest of consumers and a revision in terms of the price of fuel. As we understand, fuel, I think, is the largest commodity that affects the price of everything in this country. And whilst the Honourable Member speaks to the fact that there is this ongoing consultation with reference to inflation, we know and we believe on this side that there is a lot more that the government of St. Lucia can do and should do when it comes to inflation and the increase of price of commodities on the market. And so I am hoping that, I don't know where Lucilec falls in that, Madam President. Will the Consumer Affairs Department be able to investigate, for example, Lucilec? I don't think Lucilec gets their fuel. I think it's duty-free. I don't think it's price control, more or less, but it is duty-free. So will this act enable them to do an investigation into Lucilec and how people are being charged for the commodity of electricity? And whether, people have been seeing an increase in the price of our electricity bill. Some people, maybe it is due to consumption. Some people say they consume the exact same thing, nothing more or less has changed, but the price has gone up. Will the Consumer Affairs Department be able to conduct an investigation into entities like Lucilec and the importation of fuel? So these are just the two things I wanted to clarify, but we are very much happy that this amendment is being made to expand the latitude that the Consumer Affairs Department would have to work in the best interest of St. Lucia and St. Lucians. I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm already standing to give Christmas greetings to the members of this August chamber, but I'll also take the opportunity just to encourage and note that a lot of times when we pass legislation, we give powers to entities, and that is not the be-all and end-all of things. We need to make sure when we do so, we give the departments sufficient resources so that they can actually make use of these powers. The Labor Department, for example, is a prime example. The importance of that department cannot be understated in any way. Yet still, the resources in terms of manpower, in terms of support, in terms of just the administrative structure is sadly lacking. And I think as a result, you see the impact that not having a fully fledged labor or fully resourced labor department operating is clear to see, sorry. And I would hate to see the same thing happen with the Consumer Affairs Department, who have been given this very important task. I think the leader of government business went into quite a bit of detail as to why this particular amendment is necessary. And I just want to reiterate that yes, we accept that this amendment is necessary. It's important that the Consumer Affairs Department have the sufficient powers to protect us and ensure that when the government takes initiatives to benefit the consumers, that benefit is actually passed on. But to have that effectually done, they must have sufficient resources in terms of manpower, in terms of training, in terms of, I mean, we have a lot of shops, little shops, big stores, and they have to be able to go into all of them to do necessary research and to take the necessary actions to ensure that the consumers receive the protection that the Consumer Protection Act was intended. And so with that, I just want to encourage the government to make sure that the necessary resources are made available. And to reiterate once again, Merry Christmas to my fellow colleague senators and to all the persons out there listening to us. And I hope that we have a peaceful, blessed and joyous season, and all the best for 2024. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Joahir.
Watching me. Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I want to welcome back to the other side Senator Stanislaus. We missed you a bit. And I also want to beg leave of you, Madam President, to wish Deputy Clerk, Ms. Sharon Montut, a happy birthday or happy belated birthday. Yeah. We missed that earlier. And of course, Madam President, to congratulate you as being elected chair of the Parliamentary Women's Caucus of St. Lucia. I think after much time, I was very impressed that one of the first things that you decided to do was to ensure that this came to fruition. And following the passage of the Domestic Violence Bill, I'm happy to see that an SLP administration puts women first. So congratulations to you. Madam President, I rise just to make a short contribution. I see my colleague is getting a little jealous. You should form your own caucus. To make a very brief contribution to the bill at hand. And I noticed when the opposition senator stood, she whispered that she was in support of this legislation. And she said that she was speaking on behalf of her colleagues. So I knew, well, I wasn't really sure, but I believed it was because they did not think it was necessary to oppose this legislation. But in summary, Madam President, I want to remind us of why this is so very important at this time for this SLP administration to do and what consumer protection truly meant. Following the COVID-19 pandemic, our country was faced with a myriad of issues. And of course, the price of fuel was something that we've said time and time again that we had absolutely no control over. We came into this honorable house, Madam President, despite that, and after hearing the cries of the people of St. Lucia, we decided to pass a few pieces of legislation to assist with cushioning the blow. One of the first few things that we did, Madam President, was to ensure that we continued to subsidize fuel. Now, the Ministry of Finance has put out data that government loses over $40 million in subsidizing fuel. Yet, our Prime Minister, Honorable Philip J. Pierre, was able to find resources some way, somehow, to subsidize flour, to subsidize fertilizer. And I recall that in the Ministry of Agriculture, on 2 occasions, this subsidy has taken place. Several lives have been impacted so far. Of course, leader of government business, when he made his presentation, he spoke of the removal of VAT on sanitary products. A necessity, Madam President. And of course, with inflation and prices going high, things we have absolutely no control over, but our population needs, the government decided it was a critical time to ensure we remove VAT on sanitary products. Madam President, again, the COVID-19 pandemic presented some issues. One of those issues was also supply chain issues. Hurricane season comes. Miss Madu in Grosile wants to patch the few holes in her galvanized, but cannot afford, because by the time the galvanized gets to St. Lucia and it gets into the hardware store and she walks to the hardware store, the price has nearly tripled. But Madam President, this government saw it fitting to remove VAT on key building materials, galvanized, steel, lumber, cement, Madam President, key items that our people need to ensure they have a roof over their head. Madam President, recently the government came and made a few announcements. And I want to take this moment to wish all of St. Lucia a happy, happy, happy Christmas. And I know it will be happy for them, Madam President, because when I looked at that video, and if we had the opportunity or a little more time, we would have played it. That video from the office of the Prime Minister that spoke from the hearts, people spoke from their hearts, speaking of what that $600 pension did for them, Madam President. Goosebumps. And I'm speaking about it right now, and I am getting goosebumps because these people were so emotional. They were moved. Because when you talk about cradle to the grave and you hear they say, oh, what the 80 plus program doing and what you're doing for pensioners not going to work, when we have over 3,700 persons above that age, people were so moved. They wanted to give their testimony to say thank you to Philip J. Pierre for that $600. They will be smiling for Christmas. Madam President, the tax returns, I had people calling me, I'm not any parliamentary rep. I had people calling me from since early this year, can you put a word for me? Can you help me get my tax refunds? And then on the eve of Christmas, Honorable Philip J. Pierre comes and says, yes, go to Inland Revenue. Your tax returns will be available. Madam President, and the 1,500 they said we could not have delivered, that they misconstrued the words of the leader of the opposition at the time, a man who delivers on his promise. Persons who lost their job due to COVID-19, children who lost their job, their parents due to COVID-19, will benefit from the $1,500 support from the Ministry of Social Transformation. We're getting to it. Madam President, I listened in the lower house on Tuesday And you know what I learned? I learned that over 7,000 persons are currently employed under the STEP program. Millions of dollars going into the pockets of St. Lucians. No discrimination. Absolutely no discrimination. Not we have to stop STEP because 90% of them are Labour Party supporters. No Barrows doctrine under the St. Lucia Labour Party. A government for all. And in the broad scheme of things, that is what consumer protection is. Because we are cushioning the blow. We are providing all of these supports for the people of St. Lucia. Madam President, and of course the 5,000 households which will benefit from the flow program. We have to continue mentioning that because I remember for people, and earlier I heard them talking about 500,000, and it seems they have a fascination with 500,000. I remember a certain town and village report speaking of a number close to 500,000. But Madam President, we'll go there another time.
That's right.
Don't talk about 500,000. Because what we had to do to support the people, the distress fund that you removed, that you supported, we had to reinstate it. How much? $1.6 million for the people of St. Lucia to benefit. Madam President, price gouging is not a government thing. But we cannot tolerate the people of St. Lucia, we cannot allow for them to continue to suffer. And I have to go back to that period poverty bill that we passed to remove VAT on sanitary napkins, because we got the pictures, they were circulating, where the price of napkins tripled. And I want to take this opportunity, Madam President, to say kudos to the Minister of Commerce and her department for ensuring that the government of St. Lucia puts its foot down to ensure that no longer will the people of St. Lucia have to suffer as a result of that. So the department is making moves. And no, we're not putting it on the shelves. We are making it move. Because just like the leader of government business said, this morning we had the consultation on that. And Madam President, I look forward to the outcome of that. In addition, Madam President, I want to say that despite all what the naysayers have to say and all the negativity coming out and all the information that is being misled and misleading and misconstrued, we cannot divorce ourselves from the fact that in 2.5 years, this SLP administration has done more for the people of St. Lucia than any UWP administration or any previous administration in only 2.5 years. We cannot divorce ourselves from that, Madam President. We talk about subsidizing flour, we talk about subsidizing fuel, we talk about putting monies back into the pockets of parents, removing facilities fees, removing CXC fees. And you talk and you say you support education, but you have no record of supporting education. Because all you could ask is what substance is in that? But you support education. Will and come again. When you have something to prove, come in this honorable house and show the people of St. Lucia that you support what is going on here. And Madam President, I hope that my voice is not going to be the last voice before the leader of government business. Because if it's one thing that the United Workers' Party continue to preach out there is inflation, inflation, inflation. But here we have some legislation that is going to ensure that we cushion the blow for the people of St. Lucia, and they need to come and stand on their feet and give their unwavering support to that, Madam President. And at this moment, as I take my seat, I want to say I know and strongly believe that the people of St. Lucia will have a very Merry Christmas due to the policies and programs of this SLP administration. And also I want to take this opportunity to wish all my colleagues around the table a Merry Christmas, and if we don't see you before the end of the next year, I also want to wish them a Happy New Year. Thank you, Madam President.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. My colleagues have made my job very easy, so I want to thank them for that, particularly the senator sitting in the opposition leader's chair. I heard the utterance that the opposition is happy. That word was uttered, happy. So when the government makes the opposition happy, I have to start wondering what's going on. I don't know if I can trust that, you know? Yeah, but it's a time of year when, you know, you bring good cheer. So if that is the case, then we should have Christmas every day.
Thank you, Senator.
Madam President, first of all, I hadn't done it earlier, so allow me leave to congratulate you on becoming the chair of the Women's Caucus. I should have done that earlier, as you continue to represent us well. And I say also, Madam President, that the issue of the suppliers and the pass-through mechanism that was mentioned by Senator Charles, I think she was suggesting that we have to reach further and try to deal with the price of fuel being managed from the suppliers from externally. And I'm happy that you had already noted that there was an argument about the price of fuel not changing, which is clearly not the case. Every 21 days there's a review. And the pass-through mechanism is a standard formula that allows for the price of fuel to increase or decrease based on international market prices. So I am not sure that we from here can influence anything that happens from external. I think Senator Jawahir has already explained what our role is, so that if the price increases significantly or reduces significantly, that we have a responsibility to either provide some kind of subsidize the cost as we are doing, or adjust it through the mechanism. Madam President, I also note that there was opportunity prior to 2016 when the price of fuel was high. I remember a certain gentleman just having been elected, won an election on his first rally, promising to sign something on his desk. And then the price of fuel was going to go down. Now, I don't know if the desk went missing or the document went missing, but we have not found that document that had to be signed. And instead, what we saw, I know that would have excited the opposition a little bit. What we saw, Madam President, instead of a signature on a desk to bring the price of fuel down, we saw an introduction of a 60% increase in the excise tax on fuel. That's what we saw. The excise tax on fuel was moved from $2.50 to $4. And I don't think the word, they could have even pronounced the excise properly. So when the opposition says to us in this particular chamber that we need to try to engage in dealing with the cost of fuel coming from abroad that we do not control, we don't control petroleum prices around the world, when they had an opportunity to do something themselves, promised the people to sign on their desk, but they signed on their desk to increase the excise tax by 60%. That's a fact. So, Madam President, there was mention of an orange march. Madam President, I need your protection there. I can't even say. I didn't mean to excite the opposition to that extent, but they're really excited. And so I know when you know you're really touching the nerve and you're getting the facts, because they start to fidget. So I thank them for the signals that I'm getting. They're not so happy after all, Madam President. Madam President, the Orange March was mentioned, and it was suggestive that the Orange March was something that was done on behalf of St. Lucians to get the price of fuel to go down. But what I recall, and what was very clear from that Orange March, was two things. One, that there was a 680 that was suggested that we had put in on the price of fuel, that up to this day nobody can find. And secondly, a very distasteful acronym, the word NICE, which we call NICE, the program, the short-term program, employment program. Somebody decided to replace the N with a very unpleasant and disgraceful term. I think these two things stood out in that march, and nobody has forgotten that. So I would hope that there is no other march of that type. They tried to distance themselves, but it was too late. You were the tag because you organized the event. And we had one recently, and I don't want to go there. Madam President, I want to say finally that both of the items on this order paper today did one thing. They demonstrated the commitment of this government towards making life better for the people of this country. It was so obvious, Madam President, that even the opposition today had no other choice but to stand on their 2 feet on 2 occasions and say, even if it was out of the corner of their mouth, at least in one case, I think Senator Stanislaus, I think he spoke out of both corners. But there were others who had to bring themselves. You know, it's almost like it was painful to say that this is a good thing and we support it. So, Madam President, for the first time in this chamber, I want to commend the opposition for supporting something in this chamber. Support it. Labour, Debo, what's the problem? Even if it's red, it's good. So, Madam President, in that light, and one of them stood in a yellow outfit to say she supports it. So that's good. Madam President, I want to say that in the spirit of Christmas and giving and gifts and good cheer, we have come to this chamber today, following the lower house on Tuesday, to continue to bring good cheer to our people. This motion and bill are basically part of the government's initiatives, and it is so timely that in a time where Christmas is around the corner and we look forward to people celebrating, that we can come here and do that for the people of our country. And so, Madam President, I take the opportunity as I close to wish all of our colleagues, our independent senators, government senators, my colleague opposition senators, a safe, enjoyable, and Merry Christmas. I wish your staff, the Parliament staff, our security staff, our technocrats from the GIS, the team covering the sitting of the House. I notice we have an official from the AG's chambers. All of the people who work together to make the work of this Parliament and the job of this Parliament happen. I want to extend our best wishes, our thanks to them. I wish that all of us will be safe and will have an enjoyable next few weeks and return here in 2024. This morning the press asked me, what are my expectations in 2024? And essentially what I said to them was that we'll see an increase in the urgency of implementation of the many projects and initiatives that this government has lined up for the people of our country. And so as we go into Christmas, I go with a sense of optimism, excitement, and look forward to returning here in 2024 to continue to come to this chamber with motions, bills, and other pieces of legislation to continue the work that we have started, to continue, as we have said, to protect the victory of the people of St. Lucia, to continue to enhance the development of our country, and to ensure that by the end of our term of office, we would have had a St. Lucia that is much better than what we inherited in 2021. And so, Madam President, having said this, I pray that all of us get home safely and have an enjoyable season. I thank you.
Senators, the question is that the Consumer Protection Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Consumer Protection Act, Cap 13.24.
Clause 2.
Amendment of Section 13.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Senators, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senators, I beg to report that the Consumer Protection Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg that the report of the committee be adopted and that the bill be read a third time and passed.
Senators, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Consumer Protection Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Consumer Protection Amendment Act, Cap 13.24.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg that the Senate stands adjourned sine die.
Before I pose the question, Senators, I wish to take this opportunity to wish all of you and your families a very peaceful and joyous Christmas season. I also wish to extend that to the staff, the very efficient staff of the Parliament, the presiding officers in the lower house and deputy presiding officer, sergeant, and your team, NTNGIS staff, Mr. Gasper and Lee. All good citizens of St. Lucia, I wish them a safe, very safe and joyous Christmas season and a very peaceful and productive 2024. And when I say peace, I'm speaking of peace in the hearts of all, peace in the homes of all, peace in communities, and ultimately peace in our beautiful island home of St. Lucia. And now I pose the question. Senators, the question is that this Senate do stand adjourned sine die. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senate adjourned.
Eh bien, nous venons au bout de session Sénat là aujourd'hui. C'est pas une session qui était tellement longue. C'est même qui était faite en caille constitution, c'est mardi. C'est discuter motion pour gouvernement côté. C'est pas, excusez-moi, c'est pour gouvernement garanti. Ça c'est ce monde qui a prêté à ces banques de développement Saint-Lucie qui a prêté 3 704 000 dollars américains pour banque de développement Kawaii pour aider ma jeunesse, en particulier ça c'est jeunesse entre l'âge 18 ans pour 35 années, eh bien, oui, c'est 35 années pour ces gens là qui sont là pour continuer l'éducation. avec motion celle-là, vous savez, comme la coutume, un des causes en chaque parole, sur toutes les deux façons. Ça nous a trouvé intéressant aujourd'hui. C'est deux sénateurs indépendants, c'est le sénateur Nourani Aziz et puis le sénateur Demi. Ils pièce pas faire contribution à cette motion celle-là. Mais pour deuxième motion, nous observons que le sénateur Demi parlait pas trop long à sous motion, ça c'est bill, ça c'est un amendement et un changement aux affaires pour changer la loi pour faire plus à l'aise pour supporter les consommateurs pas comme ça. Mais en finissement, quand nous avons vraiment délivré par Virgile, camarade qui m'a souhaité tout le monde bonne année, bonne fête. Ça c'est dernière session Sénat là pour l'année 2023. Avec un nom Virgile, je dis merci un peu. Nous donnons un bon temps après Winston. Il est caché dans chaise Winston avec ici tous ces travailleurs aujourd'hui en particulier. Nous M. McLean Remy qui a fait un grand travail, qui a managé tous ces camarades, fait un chouette travail ici, avec aussi tous ces travailleurs GIS là, c'est tous ces gens qui ont aidé à mener la production là devant. Nous avons souhaité tout le monde en bonne l'année, bonne saison Noël et une bonne année. Jusqu'à temps nous jouons encore l'année prochaine et en particulier c'était une bonne saison Noël et une bonne l'année 2024.
Yes. So, in closing, Michael, I think it was already fitting two pieces of legislation to close off the year. Mm-hmm. I think these were two pieces of legislation that just spoke to the compassion. If you will, these were two compassionate pieces of legislation. You know, as you already mentioned, the government guaranteeing this loan by the St. Lucia Development Bank to assist, young people pursue higher learning, their higher education. And the second piece of legislation was giving protection to consumers in the face of high inflation, perhaps price gouging. And there was a lot of debate, as you said, but in the end, the members on the opposite, they did support those two pieces of legislation. I want to say thank you to you. Thank you to the staff of GIS. We want to wish everybody a really Merry Christmas. I really want to single out McLean Remy. This man works so passionately, his heart in it. He has tremendous work ethic as a young man, and he has really, he's like the director, the technician, he's just so professional in his work, and he's the one that makes things happen here today and even our past sittings. So Merry Christmas.
There are others,
and there are others as well.
Miguel Morissette and Naomi and yes. Wayne Central.
Wayne, the entire team.
Roger,
the entire
all of them,
team.
yes.
But this morning I saw this young man moving around and I just really wanted to single him out. But the entire team at GIS, from the director and everybody, because we are a team. Two people or one person cannot make it happen.
Yes.
So on behalf of myself,
happy holidays, vacation to our supervisor.
Yes, and Geraldine.
Yes,
Geraldine. And it is a team. So. Thank you for this.
How can you not mention Jordana?
Yes. So thank you to everyone. Thank you to our viewers. You are always with us. We thank you for staying with us. A very Merry Christmas. A Happy New Year, because this is our last session. So we're wishing you the best.
And let's finally say to our parent ministry, to all the staff of our parent ministry, the Ministry of Tourism, Creative Industries, investment and broadcasting, and generally to all the staff of the public service and the entire government and people of St. Lucia, we wish you a very Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year.